Okay, we're
Are we
good.
back?
Yes.
Okay. Again, we're back on. If the microphone didn't pick it up, welcome everybody to our regular meeting. All right, first item on the agenda is agenda approval. We've been asked, council, if we can amend the agenda in a couple of different ways. First of all, if we can have the item number G on the annexation as the first on the active agenda. Also adding the direction from council after the preliminary budget hearing. And then also, we've just discussed adding item C to the beginning of the agenda. So it would be item G, item C, and then at the end of the preliminary budget hearing, if we could have direction from council to our finance department. Is there any objection to that?
No objection, but if Cameron isn't back yet, are we gonna do the ambulance utility rate study without him?
So that's a presentation by the FCS
Okay,
group, so
okay.
they're online.
Okay.
And Councilor Hart is here for the record.
We'll give her a tardy.
Okay. So is there any other suggestions or changes to the agenda that council members see a need for?
Is that the consent agenda?
No, this is just the agenda overall, agenda approval. Yes.
There were a
Yes.
couple of-
Okay, we'll allow Councilor Hart to get to a seat and she can speak into her microphone here.
a couple I wanted to. Yes. Somebody's already made that. Is it ready? Is anything to that effect? There,
I did not hear what you said, Councilor.
any adjustments been made, adjustments so far?
Yes, we have item G being moved to the beginning. That's the annexation. Item C being moved right after that, before the public hearing. And then on the public hearing, finance would like direction from council.
Okay,
And we are also going to strike the staff introduction because the staff to be introduced is not here.
awesome. Then there's also, I would like to table a couple of items that I saw on the agenda that I didn't think we'd had any information about. Let me see. Let me see. Had to do with, I don't have a copy of the agenda in front of me here. The,
Is
excuse
it
me,
the Sunnyside item?
no, wasn't that one.
Okay,
Wasn't the brunch one.
okay.
Now, I'm all cool about that. I'm excited to be there to help out. No, it had to do with the fire department's land acquisition. I haven't heard anything about that.
That's a discussion item only. So
But considering tonight we're looking at the preliminary budget, going over that a little bit, I thought for the interest of time, can we move that for discussion only to the workshop?
Council?
I'm okay with that.
I'm prepared to hear it, or you can move it.
Okay, well,
I'm just thinking in the interest of time, going over the preliminary budget tonight.
Manager,
it is a discussion. Mr. Bridges, Councilor Hancock.
Oh, no, that's fine. It's just a discussion with Chief Halbert.
Okay. There was another one to
Okay, well,
table.
before you move on, let's.
Figure
okay,
out if
let's
we
make
want to
sure we're
do
all-
that
I just
one.
want to make sure that all of council agrees with that. Okay, I'm not getting any vehement no's, so I'll make a note of that. Go ahead, Councilor.
The second one that thought we should also table happened to be along the same lines, was item, let me see, F, I believe.
Item F, the Yakima County Fire District Automatic Aid for Structure Fire Response.
Yeah.
Okay,
And if I'm recalling
are
right,
you able to explain why you want that one moved?
yeah, it had something similar. We hadn't had any information about that prior to tonight. And again, in the interest of time, could we move that to the workshop meeting? Just don't feel like we have enough. We have this on our,
Chief Albrecht.
Is this an item for Chief Albrecht?
Yes.
All right, we'll get Chief an opportunity to get to a seat and we can.
And I have a quick question.
Is
So
that
that's
Vasquez?
item F, and what was the other one?
Item F, the one that she was talking about previously that we just moved to the study session is item E right above that.
Proposed land acquisition for fire department facilities.
All right, Chief Hulbert, we've got a question. We're looking at the agenda approval here at item F. You've got on here an item Yakima County Fire District number 5 automatic aid for structure fire response. And Counselor Hart has a question on that one.
Yes, absolutely. I apologize. I was on a call. So.
Sure.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
This, if we could have some more information about this, the automatic aid response with the Yakima 5, District 5, if we could move that to the workshop for a little bit more discussion on it, because,
Absolutely.
yeah. So those are two I'd like to see
Okay.
moved to the workshop meeting.
And Counselor, if I might ask, is there anything particular looking for so I can make sure I'm prepared?
No. It's just because we have the preliminary budget to go over tonight, and I wanted to make sure we had enough time for that. And I was just trying to see if there was anything we could juggle.
Not a problem.
Okay.
And Mayor, you probably need motions for both of those.
Yes, that's where I'm headed next. Well, we need to approve the agenda still, so we're gonna, I just need to get feedback from council on this one. Is there objection to tabling item F till the workshop on
No.
December 1?
No objection.
There's no objection. Okay, so we will move that to December 1 as well. Now we have to vote on the agenda as modified. We've all had a chance to listen to the modifications on the agenda. What is the desire of council on the modified agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so we have modified the agenda. We've moved item G, item C. We've removed item 5 from the consent agenda. We've removed item F or E and F. Okay. Is there debate on this item? Hearing none. Counselor Hancock,
Yes.
Counselor Ripley,
Yes.
Counselor Fausto,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Hart,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Agenda is approved. Do we have someone here this evening for an invocation? All right. Ask that you please rise for the invocation and then afterwards remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Lord, I just want to thank you for giving me the courage and opportunity today to come and pray for an amazing community. I also pray for everyone here tonight. Lord, I pray that you will protect the law enforcement, firefighters, and the other first responders. I pray that the meeting tonight will be guided by you, leading everyone to make choices that align with you. Lord, please fill the room with peace and wholeness, giving everyone the calmness and strength they need. I pray all these things in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Hector, could you get me the sign-up sheet for the?
Hector.
All right, thank you. Okay, next item of business is our public comments. All right, okay, perfect. It's the public hearing. All right, citizens are advised that they must limit their remarks to the council to 3 minutes. Council may refer items to staff to review and or research for presentation at a future meeting. We had asked that when I call your name, you please approach the microphone, state your name and city of residence, and then you can make your comments. And the first person who has signed up here is Melissa Rodriguez.
Good evening, Melissa Rodriguez. I live in Zilla, but I can say that I live in Sunnyside because I'm always here. And this is in reference to the community or the communication center for Sunnyside. So the roles and responsibility, the communication for the communication center of Sunnyside. It operates 1 to 2 dispatch stations continuously, with a third station activated as operational needs arise. Dispatch services are provided 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for police and jail services. The primary responsibilities include receiving, prioritizing, dispatching both emergency and non-emergency calls. This includes screening, redirecting calls intended for the jail, reception, the court office, as well as to the appropriate administration offices. During business hours and after hours, the communication center also answers and processes calls for public works departments when the staff are unavailable or when callers are directed to dispatch via contact information posted at City Hall. Dispatch also receives APS and CPS referrals and is in charge of screening and forwarding to the appropriate agency and or department. The Communication Center additionally oversees the jail operations during the periods where correctional officers are out of the facility. Staff monitors inmates as required throughout the day in accordance with applicable jail contracts and operational standards, calling back for corrections officers when needed in the jail. In addition to call handling and jail monitoring, dispatch personnel maintains a wide range of law enforcement records and entries, including creating, updating, and clearing time-sensitive no-contact orders, protection orders, warrant entries, recalling and clearing entries as appropriate, updating emergency contact information for businesses, pulling and preparing audio recording for public requests, filing and maintaining required documentation and reports, maintaining vehicle repossession logs, processing tow and vehicle impound forms, monitoring flock, dispatching for animal control and code enforcement. The closing of the communication center would mean a citywide impact. Where would the rest of these responsibilities directly go to? And how will the Hispanic community be impacted by Yakima County services when it comes to the Hispanic community, since they don't always have a Spanish speaker on hand? The majority of our dispatchers are Spanish speakers. And I know from past where I've worked as a dispatcher that we've also been known to interpret for outside agencies throughout the Lower Valley. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next name on my list is Sharon Dolan.
Good evening. Sharon Dolan, Sunnyside. I would like to acknowledge Teresa Hancock for her service to Sunnyside. Teresa tried to be a steward of the community finances. She asked former city manager important questions in a time of financial distress and a hiring freeze. Questions she had a responsibility and a right to ask as a council member. The rest of you on council should have asked to see contracts and question this spending as well, spending that was not approved in the 2025 budget. The whole of council should have asked the same questions and demanded answers of former manager. All harassment claims by him were deemed unfounded in the investigation. To the new council, remember, manager answers to you, not popular public opinion. Thank you, Teresa, for serving and asking important questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next name on my list is Britton Moore.
Good evening, everybody. Britton Moore, Sunnyside. I got a couple things. I want to thank Jim Bridges for his leadership. I've just met him a few months ago, and I can tell you that he's present and he's hands-on and he's always got an answer. And if he doesn't have it, he'll find it. I think it would be a travesty to lose him. He lives in Sunnyside. His experience is vast. He's worked with the city before. I would like council to consider and have discussions about keeping him on longer than just the 6 months. There's a long list of reasons why, and I think many of you know why, but I just want to thank Jim Bridges for his service and helping us through these difficult times. I'd also like to thank Teresa Hancock for her service as city council member. She was dragged through the mud. Terrible things were said. She kept her head up and her shoulders back, and she did the work. The questions that she asked that led to this insane campaign against her were questions that I would want all council members to ask. Contracts, that's her job. Money, that's her job. It's everyone's job to look into those things. And she didn't get answers. And that was probably the worst part about it, is asking and then not getting the answers. So I want to thank her and thank her for her service. I welcome Letitia Zasadi and I'm excited to see her leadership here on council. So congratulations to everybody else who won positions on the school board and on council. The other thing, last note I'd like to mention is we have the Christmas parade coming up. It's December 6th, and we already have over 55 entries and counting. Usually the last week is when everyone signs up. So it's going to be a great parade. We have a lot of exciting things happening. There's a downtown market as well. So it will be advertised on TV again this year, and lots of radio ads coming out for our sponsors. So everyone look forward to Christmas parade. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I think we all are looking forward to the Christmas parade. It's always a hit, so. All right, now I have a question. I noticed that our Miss Sunnyside Court is here and they all signed up to speak, and you all signed up to speak in the public hearing. Did you want to speak in the public hearing, or did you want to speak during the public comment section, which is now? Now? Okay, and then I'll let you guys come up and speak. Are you all want to come up at once, or do you want just one at a time? Several of you signed up, so. All at once? Okay, we'll let the Miss Sunnyside Court come up and
Comfort and group.
comfort in a group, absolutely.
Eileen Solorzano, Sunnyside. Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be speaking tonight. We are the Miss Sunnyside Court. I am Miss Sunnyside Queen, Eileen Solorzano.
I'm Evelyn Rodriguez, First Princess.
I'm Eliana Espinoza, Second Princess.
I'm third princess, Natasha Aguirre.
We spent countless hours promoting the city of Sunnyside all across Washington, and we respectfully ask that our proposal be reconsidered for the tourism funding. Tonight, we'll share a few high-impact ideas to drive visitors to our events, businesses, and attractions.
We are seeking funds professionally wrap our parade trailer with Visit Sunnyside branding, signature events, and local business logos. This trailer travels to parades and festivals statewide, becoming a moving billboard for Sunnyside and our business partners and sponsors. The wrap will include a QR code to our events calendar, and spectators can immediately learn more.
In this brochure, you will find important information where we would be distributing in parades and events. It highlights Sunnyside's signature events such as lodging, dining, and family activities, with the QR code linking to updated itineraries and maps.
With LTAC support, we'll place tabletop cards at local restaurants, hotels, tasting rooms, and shops. These cards will promote monthly events and drive visitors to event calendars with the QR code, keeping Sunnyside top of mind where visitors are already gathered. About 75% of travelers have chosen a place to visit after seeing it on social media. We want to utilize this resource because our court travels to Wenatchee, Spokane, Marysville, Moses Lake, and more. We'll create short-form content while on the road, interviewing other community members with their community, why their community is fun and why they should visit, and including why they should visit the city of Sunnyside. Then post and tag partnered cities to expand our reach. In summary, we would like the LTAC committee to give our court a second look. We're proposing a trailer wrap, brochures, tabletops, cards, and social media to bring out more visitors to Sunnyside and support our local economy. Thank you for considering our request. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. So, council, do we wish to ask questions of the court at this point, or?
I don't have questions of court, but I didn't see the LTAC information. So it is not funded this year?
Okay, well, Deputy Mayor, you may be able to speak to that a little bit better.
So we did meet and the committee decided not to fund the Miss Sunnyside due to some questionable items on the application. So, I mean, I really like your guys' idea, your presentation right now. I would be 100% on board, to going back if that's what council wants to do, is kick it back to the committee.
I'm getting the impression from council that they would like you to take another look at this, so.
Absolutely.
Okay,
So.
very good. And for the court, Deputy Mayor Galvan is the chair of the LTAC committee, and so he is definitely the one, if you're going to need to put pressure on somebody, he would be.
That's not fair.
That's not fair to him, but you guys did an excellent job. Your presentation was excellent. So Councilor Hart.
Yes, as I understand it, the LTAC funding recommendations from LTAC have not come to the council yet, so there's also that route.
Mhm.
So we may certainly be giving it a second look.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
George, correct me if I'm wrong, but all that we approve has to come out of LTAC, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
So it has to go through LTAC before it can come back
Correct.
here.
And I know that LTAC committee really didn't have time to meet again this year. So I think what we could do is bring back the recommendations we do have now and then kick back the Miss Sunnyside to the committee for maybe a January meeting.
Yep. And council has done that before on items, so we can certainly do that again. So, all right. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of the following: payroll vouchers, none at the time of meeting to approve. That shortens things just a little bit. Claim vouchers, approved claim voucher numbers 14725 through 14968, and wire transfers as listed for $797,016.99 for the period ending on November 20, 2025. Council members, is there any item on the consent agenda you wish to pull for further questioning? Deputy Mayor.
14942.
Okay, and Councilor Hart, I saw your hand up.
I'm just questioning why we are not seeing the payroll vouchers at this time.
Okay, so why, okay, we can do that one. And any others? Counselor Ripley, I was expecting
I
something.
know.
Gotten used to it now.
Surprising you tonight.
All right, Deputy Mayor.
It's $262,000 for Department of Health operating permit. Is that a yearly fee and has it always been that high? Or is that like any late fees or?
It's the DWSRF loan principal and interest.
Drinking water, give them the alphabet, Monica. Drinking water,
What is it?
revolving fund, something,
Yeah.
Jim or Hector.
Acronym.
Yeah. what's
Yeah,
that?
it's the Department of Health, water, let me look at my acronym here, State Revolving Fund.
Okay.
Drinking water state revolving fund.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
That too.
It was listed differently, wasn't it? Didn't it have a different note?
I think the confusing part is it says operating permit and not what it actually is, which is the
Okay.
loan payment.
okay, does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. And now on to Counselor Hart's question.
Payroll was not processed, so there was no payroll until, it can't be processed until, like it just wasn't processed by the time it was time to get
What
the
are the
paperwork.
days that it normally?
Is
Just
processed.
for, what are the days that you do process it?
2
I know
days-
it's twice a month, right?
Yeah. So the 10th and the 25th is when everybody is paid. And so it's usually processed 2 days prior to getting paid. And so when we're getting the packets ready for council, if it's done like Friday, sometimes we'll be able to have it ready by then. That's why sometimes there's 2 payrolls and sometimes there's only one. Last time there was only 1 payroll on there. It just is the way that it falls when you have council meetings.
And then next time will be 2 payrolls.
Yep, next time there'll
And we'll
be
have the
2 payrolls on there.
Thank you.
Okay. So it's a matter of the dates, not negligence or sleeping on the job or anything else.
Just how it falls on some.
Not that we suspected you of that at all. So, all right. So you've both had your questions answered. What is the desire of council on the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Counselor Hancock, second by Counselor Ripley to approve the claim voucher, the consent agenda. I'm going to get it out eventually. Approve the consent agenda. Is there debate on this item? Hearing none. Counselor Hancock,
Yes.
Counselor Ripley,
Yes.
Counselor Fausto,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Hart,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
I 2 vote yes, motion passes. Active agenda. All right, we're going to start with what used to be item G. Initiate the annexation of parcel number 221027-44012. Approve a resolution to initiate the annexation process of the parcel that I just read on Swan Road. Mr. City Manager.
I'm still trying to catch up with my moving pages around here. I will turn this over to Joseph Calhoun from HLA.
Mr. Calhoun.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present on this topic. As you stated, this is for a notice of intent to commence annexation for property located just south of 791 Swan Road. In accordance with RCW provisions, upon receipt of a notice of intent to commence annexation, the council shall decide whether to accept, reject, or geographically modify the proposal if a simultaneous adoption of zoning is required and the assumption of any or all of the portion of city indebtedness of the area to be annexed. Regarding zoning, your municipal code provides that the planning commission will provide a recommendation of the zone classification of the area to be annexed. And the assumption of city indebtedness essentially means that the annexed parcel would be taxed at the same rate as all other parcels within city limits. Should the council choose to accept the notice of intent to commence annexation, a petition will be drafted for official signatures and a public hearing will be scheduled for the planning commission. Their recommendation and the full annexation notice of intent will then be submitted to the Yakima County Boundary Review Board for their review and consideration prior to coming back to council for final action. So with that overview, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, questions for Mr. Calhoun?
I just have one on this map that's provided. We've got a north and south Swan Road and an east and west Swan Road.
I was making that same observation, sir.
That might just be a GIS mapping error. I can check in on that, but the parcel is as noted in by the parcel number 221027444012. It's directly south of the market there on Swan Road.
Okay.
Directly south.
Directly south, so it's towards the bottom of the picture there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one outlined in red there.
So is it just that red shaded property then, or is it everything within that red line?
Everything within that red line. So it include the parcel and then the adjacent rights of way.
Okay. Other questions?
I don't think that's, we're talking about, oops, sorry, this red line up here, and then here's the parcel right here.
Yeah, the outlined box. Sorry, that red line on the left side, the west side is the urban growth area boundary.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was trying to.
Yeah, the blue line is the existing city limits. So on that west side of Swan Road, the market is in city limits. This parcel is not.
Right, that's where the confusion was. I
Okay.
was just trying to make sure.
So it's where the mini storage is there.
Yes.
So,
Go ahead, Ben.
so we're trying to put that, annex it into the city limits.
Correct.
That's correct. Yeah, the market parcel was annexed in 2007. For whatever reason, the south parcel wasn't. And so annexing it into the city would allow the parcels to be officially short platted. They're separated right now by what's called a financial segregation, which is an exemption to the platting regulations under state law. And that means that the parcels can't be sold individually. They have to be sold as a package. But the only way to officially short plat them would be to bring this southern parcel into city limits. So it's kind of a confusing circumstance. It's one I've certainly never seen before in my career.
And I'm not, since they're adjoining parcels, I'm not sure why they didn't get brought into city limits at the same time, but.
That's a great question.
Or whatever was going on at that.
Right.
Mhm.
Further questions or comments on this item? All right, thank you, sir. What is the desire of council on this item?
Move to approve?
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion by Councilor Hancock, second by Councilor Vasquez to approve a resolution to initiate the annexation process of parcel number 221-027-44012 on Swan Road. Is there debate on this item? Hearing none. Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Hancock,
Yes.
Councilor Frausto.
Yes.
Councilor Ripley,
Yes.
Councilor Hart,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor,
Yes.
and I vote yes also. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. All right, the next item was going to be item C, Brunch with Santa and Spirit of Sunnyside Awards Dinner and Auction Sponsorship. Approve a resolution authorizing the city of Sunnyside to sponsor the Brunch with Santa event and the Spirit of Sunnyside Awards Dinner and Auction, including the provision of facility use, purchase of awards, and authorization for staff installation and removal of event equipment. Mr. City Manager.
And I will turn this over to City Clerk, Mr. Renteria.
Ms. Renteria.
Okay, so Miss Sunnyside hosts a brunch with Santa, and they've done it every year. And they also host the Spirit of Sunnyside Awards dinner and auction for us. The Brunch with Santa is December 7th, 2025. And the Spirit of Sunnyside Awards dinner is April 25th, 2026. We're asking for council to sponsor both events, including the provision of facility use, purchase of awards for the Spirit of Sunnyside event, and authorization of staff installation and removal of event equipment. This item came before you at the last council meeting. It did not have the amount of money that would be spent on this. So this time I included a breakdown that included staff time, the facility rental cost, which is $0, and the purchase of award plaques. Let me put this on the screen so everybody has an opportunity to see it. I'm estimating it to be a total of $1,644. So I've broken it down by each event. If council sponsors this event, the rental fee would be $0. If you did not, then they would pay $15.
15?
The nonprofit rate is $15.
$15 just flat or an hour?
For 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
I-
Per hour?
I thought it was an hour.
Hmm,
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Be $30.
Let me see. So it is up to council if they'd like to sponsor this event. It does bring in the community. Brunch with Santa, they will offer brunch, pictures with Santa, cookies with Mrs. Claus, just different activities there. I've been to it and I've enjoyed it. My kids did as well. And then Spirit of Sunnyside, it recognizes people in our community that do great things. So I think that both events are pretty amazing for the community, and they also support Miss Sunnyside and the work that they do.
Council, questions for Clerk Renteria?
I just have a comment that I appreciate that you put that breakdown on there. I think that helps us a lot, makes it very clear instead of just the resolution, having the breakdown on there. So thank you for doing that, Jackie.
I apologize for not having that at the last meeting.
That's okay.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yeah, so for kind of like clarification, just to know as well, has the brunch for Santa been held at the community center since the beginning?
I believe so, yes. And Kim Frank is here, and she can also answer any of your questions as well. But I do believe it has been held at the community center since the beginning.
Okay, and the city of Sunnyside has always sponsored, correct?
Yes.
Okay. About more or less, how many years has this been done?
Kim, do you
more or less?
know how long?
Okay,
Um,
okay, nice, okay.
Councilor Hart?
I had black hair, so it's been a while.
Okay.
Okay, further questions, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so I know we sponsor other events, right, and organizations, so I fully support this one as well.
Mhm.
Okay,
Absolutely.
further comments?
Just,
Frosto?
since we're going through budget, I think it'd be helpful, like maybe moving forward, I think just generally speaking, if we could also, I agree with Counselor Hancock, the breakdown is really helpful. But it also outlining what fund this will be coming from, just so we're all on the same page and then the community can know as well.
Yes, I don't believe that do you know if this amount is budgeted every year? Every finance director I've asked said that there is a fund for this. I just don't know where. We'll find a place for it.
General fund.
Yeah.
I think,
Councilor Hart?
I think in the past, I think it's been part of that contingency plan,
Contingency fund?
fund, yes.
I don't
Contingency.
Yeah,
think so.
for different,
No.
for
I'm
different.
seeing no from.
No.
Well,
In the nose.
This
But
is
I
why
know
it's
you're
important.
you're still peeling back the onion on those things. So we're talking about when it was first instigated. So I think they probably, I think that's where the money came from.
Okay, well, we'll
But
have
we'll
to,
find out.
we'll have to look. It may or may not come from a contingency fund, but Councilor Vasquez?
And whenever these funds are provided, can we get an update from, like, exactly from what funds they will be being pulled out of? Okay.
Okay, further comments or questions? Yeah, I too think this is both of these events are fantastic. The Brunch with Santa probably doesn't impact me quite so much, but the Spirit of Sunnyside Awards, I think, has always been an awesome event. I have thoroughly enjoyed that every year that I've participated. City staff is there and they look just, I mean, they dress to the nines, some of them, and community members. It's just been an awesome, fun time. So I think this is another one of those quality of life issues that it does us good to see each other in that setting. Sometimes when you come to a council meeting, things get a little bit tense, and you get into a social setting, we're relaxed, we're a little bit more social, and yeah, I think it's good for us as a community. So I support these as well.
I
All
do think that one of the major costs would be obviously the awards, and I can work with Miss Sunnyside to try to get some sponsors. I know a few businesses that are willing to donate, so we can try to bring that cost down for the city, but I'm sure that they appreciate our support.
Okay. What is the desire of council on this item?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Let George have it.
All right, we got a motion by Councilor Hancock, second by Deputy Mayor to approve the resolution authorizing the city of Sunnyside to sponsor the Brunch with Santa event in the Spirit of Sunnyside Awards Dinner and Auction, including the provision of facility use, purchase of awards, and authorization of staff, installation, and removal of event equipment. Is there debate on this item? Hearing none. Councilor Hart.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Fausto.
Yes.
Councilor Ripley.
Yes.
Councilor Hancock.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
You vote yes. Motion passes. All right. Now we'll do the agenda back in order. 2026 preliminary budget public hearing. Receive public comment regarding the 2026 preliminary budget and provide direction to staff. All right. Read this into the record. This public hearing is being held to receive public comments and recommendations concerning the 2026 preliminary budget. The concern is that this hearing be fair in form and substance as well as appearance. Council members, do any of you have a conflict of interest concerning this issue? Do you stand to gain or lose any financial benefit as a result of the outcome of this hearing? If your answer is yes, please speak now. Council members, can you hear and consider this in a fair and objective manner? If your answer is no, please speak now. Audience members, is there anyone in the audience who objects to my participation or any other council member's participation in these proceedings? If there are objections, please approach the microphone, state your name and city of residence, and state your objection. Hearing none, the time is now 6:38 p.m. The public hearing is now open. The city manager will provide the staff report on this item. Mr. City Manager.
I will turn this over to our finance director, Ms. Hofstadter.
Ms. Hofstadter.
I'm feeling quite under the weather, so I'm going to try to keep my brain focused. So I provided some handouts for you guys, and in the handouts, there's different options kind of what we had spoken about last time with regards to some budget cuts with staffing, options with the swimming pool, and then how are we going to balance the budget with putting funds so it doesn't have a negative balance at the end of it. Because you can't approve a deficient budget. So there's also a handout regarding the bond revenue, the investment for the bonds, and the LGIP fund account as well. I kind of gave you the outline of an email I had requested from the investment company to explain the ins and outs of those bonds and where we're at now. And so it looks like half of the bonds had been expensed out when it was started in the end of 22. Since then, about 5 million has been removed in bonds. And so March of next year, 1 million will be mature in bonds. And then also in September, I would propose that in March, that be placed into the general fund to be able to sustain the general fund. And then there should be a budget workshop done during that time or around mid-year to be able to reevaluate where the general fund is at and how our finances are to be able to then reinvest possibly the second maturing bond that will be coming in September.
Council, questions for Ms. Hofstadter, Deputy Mayor?
So on that $1 million bond in March, how much of it goes back to the general fund? Because it has to go back to where it got pulled out.
So it needs to be reallocated and then it would have to pay, the general fund will have to pay back those other funds. I've gone over this with the finance committee. So the way that the bonds were first allocated as they were pulled out of different fund accounts to purchase the bonds is not exactly how it's getting put back. And that's not also how the interest is getting put back into the accounts. It's kind of changed miscellaneous over the years of how people have been allocating. And then at some point, I'm not sure when, but along the line, I guess maybe somebody didn't know where to put them. So then they just started putting all the investments into the general fund. And that's been standard practice of how the general fund has been operating, with the investments getting just put into the general fund to be able to meet and make ends meet. And it's just getting spent out of the general fund.
Okay, Ms. Ripley?
I wonder when the last time it has been checked up on, the investments. Any idea?
Since before I got here,
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure. I know that the investment accounts hadn't been reconciled since May of 2024.
Councilor Hancock?
Monica, when you say that there's 2.5 million and 2.5 million or 5 million that has been expensed out, what you're saying is those were deposited into the general fund and then spent?
So it looks like it was allocated to funds, but it's kind of messy. I went over it with some of the finance committee to show them. I pulled the records of what I could find, and it went into the bank account. So it went in there, but it's just been spent out, and without allocating or without reconciling 2024, I'm not sure where all the expenses were spent out of.
But the 5 million's gone.
Yes.
So some of this is going to be answered when 24 finally gets brought into focus again.
Correct, because the first 2.5 million matured in October. And then it looks like $1 million was put into a 2-month treasury that turned over, and then the $1 million was then put into the bank. And then in the March of 24, 2.5 million was put into the bank again. So the bond investments went from 10 million to 5 million at that point. And then it looks like in July, 1 million was put back into the bonds. And then I requested that 1 million be moved over to the LGIP, and that one is in the LGIP. So it's still invested. It's just not repurchasing a bond revenue.
Okay, so these things happened during the course of 24.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay. Deputy Mayor?
So in August of 2024, last year, I think the previous finance manager presented to council that we had $10 million in investments. So she lied to council. Is that what you're saying? Or
I just provided what TVI provided for me. That's the investment firm that the city of Sunnyside uses. And so they provide those financial statements. You can request the financial statements every month if you would like them every month, or if you'd like them quarterly. Then the interest the interest on the bond accounts doesn't come as regularly as the LGIP. So I would recommend at least at minimum be getting a quarterly statement to the council, but you should be at minimum getting a quarterly statement for the investment accounts. The LGIP, you should actually be getting a reconciliation of those accounts monthly.
Monica, just say LGIP.
Council, I don't want to interrupt, but I think we've kind of gotten out of order here as I'm looking
I
at
just
the.
wanted to say what LGIP is so the audience knows.
Okay, go ahead. Define LGIP for us.
The local government investment pool.
All right, thank you. I think we've gotten out of order here. We started having a discussion with council and staff, and this is where we're supposed to be getting a report, and so thank you for that. The next section is public comment, and so we need to allow the public to make their comments, and so I apologize for that. I kind of got into the swing of listening to what was going on here and trying to keep up with that as well, because this is some big stuff. But the next section is public comment, and so I have a list of people who have signed up for public comment. And I'm just going to continue with the script that's before me. Anybody in the audience whose name is signed up here wishing to be heard on this matter, please approach the microphone, state your name and city of residence, and offer your testimony. The first name on my list is Sharon Dolan. Mrs. Dolan.
Sharon Dolan, Sunnyside. In 2022, 2023, and 2024, our group questioned finances and asked on repeat for a forensic audit. At the end of 2023, we shared our financial findings to 3 new council members and 1 sitting member. The former manager before Mr. Gonzalez was removed. We asked for a forensic audit. The former manager was the one before Mr. Gonzalez was then removed. A forensic audit should have been done at this time. The $50,000 manager's emergency spending limit should have been reduced then as well. Ms. Zabel said during 2024 budget hearing for 2025 that if the city would follow proposed budget and buckle down, the city would get out of this deficit in approximately 2 years. We seem to have wasted another year by doing the following: hiring above budget amounts, hiring position that was not in approved budget, excessive use of the $50,000 spending authority by both terminated managers, a spending authority that was supposed to be used in cases of emergency. All this was done without the approval of council and/or budget amendments. Where is the tax money for the swimming pool? When we asked Ms. Zabel how much that tax would generate, we were told approximately $18,000 to $20,000 per month. Again, where is that money? Looking through the agenda budget packet online for tonight's meeting, it is very evident that the city has a problem. In 2022 and then in 2023 and 2024, we publicly brought up issues with investment portfolio. Where did the $5 million in investment money go? Is this criminal? There is a 7-year statute of limitations on some of this. Maybe, just maybe, council will now do a forensic audit if there's enough money. Hard decisions must now be made. People may be laid off. The city has to cut back, or the state's gonna take you over. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next on my list is Janet Aguirre.
Hi there, Janet Aguirre, Sunnyside. Since you were all here last year, you know how passionate I am about the pool. I'd like to say thank you to the finance director for including the pool in this year's budget. I do know that this is a proposed budget, and if people don't take time to talk about it, the council will assume everyone agrees with it. With that being said, I feel it's important to take an honest look at how the pool operated last season and how that reflects on the numbers. Because I believe instead of taking away portions of the program, maybe we need to look at how we can improve them. One of the biggest challenges last year was the schedule. The pool often closed when attendance looked low, and that made it hard for families to plan their day. You couldn't simply drop your kid off because if there wasn't enough attendance, the session would close. So when hours shift or change without notice, people stop trying. A reliable, steady schedule is one of the simplest ways to build trust and increase participation. When families know the pool will be open, they show up. Signage that is clear and provides the full information could easily fix that. Did you know the swim team provides its schedule more than 6 weeks out? So why do families not know that family swim is canceled until they arrive that night? I also think programming plays a large role in the lack of swimmers. Swim lessons were removed last year, and I don't seem to think it's a thought this year. Kids need a safe, structured place to learn how to swim, and families rely on those lessons. Bringing them back with smaller class sizes would create steady attendance, support water safety, and encourage a long-term engagement. If we aren't teaching kids to swim, how will families continue to come back to the pool? Staffing is connected to this as well. Nearby cities start their hiring process in April and run their lifeguard training in May. Because they begin early and offer predictable schedules, several young adults who live right here in Sunnyside choose to work for those other cities. If we adjust our hiring timeline to match those already working in the region, we could recruit more of our own young people and build a stronger, more stable staff. Another opportunity lies in party rentals. The current process and the proposed deposit will make it harder for families to book and afford. Prepare for a drop in these. I suggest a simple online system where people can check dates, reserve, and pay all in one place. This is already in place in Prosser, and they're very successful with it. We also had a grant available for improvements. I don't know what happened to that grant or the improvements. We've seen neither. Lastly, I'm not sure if there's been an update, but it would be nice to know if the utility tax that was collected was more than we needed or not. Because as a community, we are able to keep the pool open, and maybe that needs to be discussed again. I'm more than willing to help brainstorm solutions. Last year, I spent hours researching, comparing nearby cities, and submitting public records requests all up and down this valley, because I genuinely believe this pool can be successful with the right people behind it. Other communities manage to operate in the black, and I know we can do that too with the right combination of motivated people who want to see this facility thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the next name on my list is Britton Moore.
Good idea, sir, from Janet.
Good evening, Britton Moore, Sunnyside. We're going on just about 4 years of myself and my group having expressed so many concerns about the massive spending, the lack of transparency, department heads that were told by City Manager Alba to stop doing their budgeting, fire department, police department. That is unheard of.
Maybe not.
Countless lawsuits due to lack of leadership and poor decisions have come in to the city. 2 failures on the parts of the city, past city managers. Several failures of the finance department for gross negligence and lack of reporting, lack of documenting. Work orders and POs were non-existent. I'd like the city, if you can address tonight, the $250 million lawsuit that has come forward to the city of Sunnyside, and let the public know what that's about. We've also got a $34 million lawsuit out there looming over Sunnyside's head. I hope that sitting city council and new city council members can get behind some of these really hard decisions. I echo what Ms. Aguirre says about the pool hours. When I was younger, the pool was open all the time. It would be a great place for people to drop off their kids to spend the entire day. When you're closed for an hour in between, people don't want their kid to be looming around in the park with nowhere to go. So I just reconsider maybe those hours. The decision to do nothing has not worked. This has gone too far. We're in a terrible place with our finances. Again, I go back to choosing a good city manager to lead us through where we need to go. We can't afford to have an inexperienced city manager and reckless leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Council members, now it is our turn. Any questions or comments on the proposed budget before us? Deputy Mayor.
Where do I start, right? So I guess if we can talk about the dispatch services, there's a lot of community that wants to know what's going on.
Well, so I requested contracts to see what costs were going to be and things like that. I received one at 2 o'clock this afternoon, I think it was, and the other one I haven't received. So we're not very far along in that process, to be honest with you. We got some verbal information a couple months ago, that if these contracts reflect what they told us, we'd probably save about $400,000 a year by switching. But until I see those contracts, we don't have a lot of information to bring forward.
So I guess my question is, for dispatch, and I went back to 2019, and I know it's before COVID, but we went from a budget of $540,000 to now having in 2024, $1,064,000. We doubled in budget for the dispatching. And I believe the number of employees only changed by one.
No, the number of employees should have changed by 3 or 4. And what happened there is we took on Toppenish and we dispatched for Toppenish. When we took on that Toppenish contract, it brought in about $20,000 a month. And that should show on the revenue side, but that was before me being the chief. I just know that happened. We went from 1 dispatcher on at a time and a swing person to 2 dispatchers on full time.
So that Toppenish, I guess, it was back in 2021 when I found it. We need to get out of this cycle of making it a good deal for other cities and having the taxpayers of Sunnyside pay for pay for it at the end of the day. That contract really wasn't the best contract for the residents of Sunnyside. We ended up, like you said, we got money out of it, but we ended up hiring more people. So I really think that going forward, we need to really thinking about Sunnyside residents, not.
Well, I agree. I had nothing to do with that contract.
Yeah.
But when Toppenish left us and saved $100,000 a year by going to another dispatch center, that's what prompted us to look at what other options were out there. And that's how we've come to where we're at today.
But since Toppenish left us and we gained 3 employees when they came on, have we lost those 3 employees?
We laid off 2 people.
2.
Yep.
Okay.
This would mirror the court, this would mirror the court kind of thing too, because we've taken on Toppenish for the court and I haven't seen how that's penciling out yet. I know it's
I don't
not
know.
yours. I know it's not yours.
I don't see the court numbers.
Oh.
Yeah, so if I can add one thing, Deputy Mayor, the dispatcher and the public, the 3 options for the budget tonight include the dispatchers in them. We would, because they are funded positions. We don't have a contract in place, but if we do move towards a contract, then you will see those reductions in cost. So the budgets, the 3 options that we're looking at currently have those dispatchers still as employees of the city of Sunnyside.
So I guess my next question is for the 2026 proposed overall budget, you have it at $518,000. Is that keeping the dispatch 6 months still in Sunnyside?
Well, when we initially started talking to other places, they said that the earliest they could bring us on was April 1st. So that'd be looking at keeping people on for the first quarter of the year.
But it doesn't include the actual cost of jumping onto, say, Yakima County.
I'm going to turn that over to Monica. I'm not sure how she calculated that in the budget because we have not gotten solid numbers from these places. We got a rough verbal estimate. So I have no idea what that's going to cost us until I see a contract.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even calculate it. The way they charge is per call, per traffic stop and things like that. I don't even know what they charge because I haven't seen a contract. They gave me a rough estimate. It's probably going to be about $250,000 is what they told us. But we still have to staff people in that room because those people do monitor inmates. Like Ms. Rodriguez said, they monitor inmates. They open jail doors because the corrections officer can't walk around with the keys they have doors buzzed open for them. So we still have to staff somebody in there. So staffing that, what I call the shoe, have you been in our dispatch center? Yeah. Sure. Okay. So what they sit in there, monitor the inmates, that still has to be staffed. So if we staff that 24 hours a day, plus the 250,000, we'll probably be spending about 650, which based on what we spent last year will save us about $400,000.
Okay.
So
Ms. Hancock.
One of the issues that Melissa brought up was the after hours emergency calls. Would that still be able, like for public works, if a pipe bursts or whatever?
We will still have people in there that can answer the phone.
Okay.
When we go to another dispatch center, they're 24 hours a day too. They can call the sergeant on duty to get
Okay.
answers for things. We're still going to have people to take 911 emergency calls. We're still going to have people to take non-emergency calls.
Okay.
There's still people in the building. That stuff's not gone.
Okay, Counselor Hart.
So you're actually saying the number that's here, you don't know how that came about? Okay, so then the other question then is that you're saying that if last year it was 600,000?
Last year, we spent $1,018,000 in
I'm
dispatch.
sorry, 1,018,000?
Correct. That's what we spent. And when I wrote the budget, we hadn't even talked to these other dispatch centers. I wrote it back in, I think, September. And so this has all come about since. And so Monica's modified it to what it is now.
But the modification, is that even close to what you need?
It's tough to say because I don't know what these contracts, when they say that they won't be able to staff up enough staff to take us on until April 1st. But what that cost is going to be going forward until I see a contract, I have no idea. I don't know what they charge, so I can't calculate it. I can calculate how many calls we have, but I have not seen that we charge $10 per call or we charge $80 per call. I don't know. So I can't calculate that right now.
Ms. Hofstad, are you able to clarify a little bit on that or?
So I just did the base of what Chief Lehman gave me of what the estimate was, and then I actually added back 3/4 of what the wages were. So although it would only be a quarter, I kept 3/4 of the wages, and that way it was a lot over, just to kind of being unsure of when that it would actually close. So the staff reduction keeps on the dispatch for a ways. Another part to that is if you look at the allocations again that I had mentioned before of how people were getting allocated, there were some allocations to dispatch wages that weren't supposed to be in there. So those have all been removed as well.
So if I understand this correctly, just make sure I do, that the proposed budgets that you have before us, the 3 different options that are before us tonight, all include police dispatch
Correct.
in the budget with the either possibility or probability that sometime during the year it's going to be re-examined or perhaps dispatch will be moved outsourced.
Correct.
Okay, but initially the budget is going to have police dispatch in there.
Correct.
Okay. And then sometime during the year, council may decide or may not decide to move to okay or approve budget or dispatch being moved outside.
Correct.
Okay.
That doesn't.
I can live with that because I don't want to I don't want to approve something and then say here in April or May, you know, what's going to cost us more to be, dispatching from Yakima. So I'd rather see some solid numbers.
Yeah, and then the staffing reduction is not just dispatch, it's actually like administrative, finance, just some of those non-essential, the administrative assistants, the second, the cashier would be moved out of the finance department. So there's just other positions that can be actually removed from certain areas.
Go ahead, Councilor
Mr.
Hart.
Mayor, are you talking about out of the police department's administrative group?
No.
Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Because it sounds like that's what you're talking about.
No,
When you're talking about taking out this money from someplace mysterious.
the finance department?
Yeah, why, are you paying for the budget?
No, I'm saying, well, it all comes out of the general fund. And
No,
so,
I'm talking about just the department for the police department.
yeah, the police department would remain the way it was.
So
Police department's separate from the dispatch.
Okay, so the total number, just so
Right.
I know, so the total number that we have in this budget, this preliminary budget, just for the police department, tell me what that number is.
The police department's separate from the dispatch. Did you want the police or the dispatch?
Well, both. First police and then the dispatch. Because the dispatch sounds like it could possibly go away.
Page
Now,
68.
what page is that?
68.
Okay, so I'm looking at page 58 and I don't see what.
68.
68, okay, excuse me. Hearing aids were not on this year's Santa list. I'm sorry. Maybe next year.
It is stormwater.
68, you said?
I'm sorry, I'm on 68 of the meeting packet.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't
Let me
have
look.
that.
It's 58. Yes, it's 58. of
Okay,
the
then I
report.
was 58. All right, thank you. So the communications, you're planning to have to budget for the dispatch, just for the communications department. What is that number? Just
518,000 is the 2026 proposed.
500
On
and,
page 59.
and I'm sorry again, please. What was
It's
that?
$518,530.
18, okay, there it is. And that's just communications. All right, so. And then for the police department then? And does that include any new patrol officers at all?
No, that's maintaining our current staff, and that's $5,890,913.
Yeah. 180. Right. All right, that's really what I want to know. How you got there might be a different issue, but just what those total numbers are for me. Anybody else might have a different question on that.
Right. Council, first questions. Mayor.
So I know we discussed this before with the jail. And I know we just increased, the charge per day per inmate. But we went from spending 1.1 million in 2019 to 1.7 million in 2024, and now we're proposing 1.6 million in 2026
For communications?
for jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the jail. And I got some numbers from you, Chief. You gave us the numbers from January to July, the number of stays and the inmates and different cities that they're coming from. So I kind of grabbed those numbers and, kind of averaged them out for the rest of the year, right? And I also found a report that they turned into the 2024 legislator, and it's the jail rates. They did a jail rate analysis, rate study. We are losing thousands of dollars just by having other cities send their inmates to Sunnyside. If we send the inmates from Sunnyside to the Yakima County, I figure that, have you ever done any of those calculations, how much we would have to pay?
For our inmates?
Yeah.
They charge us about $120 a day.
Okay, so based on those numbers, I figure that it would cost us about $317,000 to send the Sunnyside inmates to Yakima County. I think it would be a lot better to send to do that, in my opinion. That would save the city over 500,000 annually.
I'd have to calculate that. They have different rates. So they have some people that are charged, I have the new rates on my, I believe they're on my desk, 123 a day for, depending on the classification of the inmate, up to 165 depending on the classification of the inmate.
Because right now we're pretty much subsidizing other city inmates on the backs of Sunnyside taxpayers.
Well, we can't charge for our inmates. We can't charge other.
No, of course. Yeah. But if we send them to Yakima County, it'd be a lot cheaper.
I'll
than
look
having the
at
jail.
that. I'm not sure what those numbers are. I'd have to look.
That's just my concern. I mean, if we're gonna shut down a department because we're gonna save money, let's look at all the departments and, let's see why we've gone from 2019 to now. I know COVID hit, but, it's a lot of money. And is it because some of this money went, from the ARPA and now it sat there and now usually the way cities do the budgets is they just add up 5% for the next year. Is that something that Sunnyside did, in 2021, 2022? Did we not go line by line and make sure that all that ARPA money was taken off? I mean, it's a lot of money.
We didn't, we weren't allowed to use ARPA money for jails and that sort of thing. So it
No,
was never brought up. So we
Well, I'm
never,
not talking about the jail, but it was in the general fund. So,
in the budget discussions, the ARPA money was always separate. In the budget discussions that council approved, ARPA money was always separate. It was never included in the discussion on the general fund or city budget. We always discussed the ARPA money in the areas where the ARPA money was supposed to be spent. Okay, so what council approved did not have the ARPA in the general fund as far as general spending. Counselor Hancock.
Dean, I disagree with you because I remember specifically looking at the ARPA recommendations, and the ARPA funds were used, one-time money was used for ongoing expenses. We used them for personnel. I wasn't on council, but council used them for personnel and continuing expenses.
But they were used within the parameters of what they were stated, the stated purpose of those money. Yes, you are right. And that was a mistake on the part of council that we approved salaries on one-time money. That was a concern of a couple of council members at that time, but yet the budget still got approved. But the discussion of the ARPA funds was not to put it just like into the jail fund or into something like that. It always had to stay within the parameters of what it was intended for, even though we mistakenly hired somebody. I mean, we shouldn't have done that. That is something that, looking back at, of course, hindsight's always 20. Well, I mean, we should have seen it at the time. We did, like I said, we had a couple of council members bring that up and the budget still got passed. But as far as discussion of the ARPA money getting rolled into the general fund, that was never a discussion item as far as the general fund. We were always looking at how that money was supposed to be spent, and it was always within its own category.
But I think that's a way that George is trying to explain that if we've taken in ARPA money on one-time only expenses, but we're using it for continued expenses, that's how we bring those departments, those numbers up, because now we don't have the money, we've thrown money in. Now we have to keep up with where we've thrown money in on when you're putting one-time expenses to ongoing costs.
And I don't disagree with you there, but we're also facing another thing where revenues have dropped considerably compared to what they were a couple of years ago as well. So that's also a factor that's playing into this. Other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor.
on the classification compensation schedule, there's 4 crime forensic analysts. I thought it was just 1.
It is. I have that marked on my desk in my office that there is just one.
And are those numbers calculated into the budget as them having 4?
No,
No, it's just a,
no. I went off of actual personnel, not this.
Mhm. And then I have another question. Not sure, maybe Mr. Manager, the unauthorized position that was added last year. I don't see it on here.
What page are you on, Mr.?
Well, it's on the compensation, the classification compensation schedule for the assistant supervisor position. And is that still filled?
Assistant supervisor for the water department?
That position is still filled currently, yes.
So do we need to add it to this compensation schedule?
Yes, we do.
It's my understanding there's several assistant supervisors, not just one though.
So no, there's only one. The city in the past had assistant supervisors, but for some reason they chose to do away with them and hire a deputy director. And that one person would assume the duties of those 4 assistant supervisors for parks, water, sewer, streets. And for whatever reason, the water department brought on and was allowed to bring in an assistant supervisor for this year. I'm still trying to find the compensation schedule here, but I apologize.
25?
25.
25.
Page
The bottom.
25?
Yeah.
Too far back. Okay.
That's not on there.
I don't think that's.
Yeah, so that position, if we continue to utilize it, would need to be added back into.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can,
Do you want it added back in?
I mean,
It wasn't an approved position prior, so I guess it would have to be reapproved.
it has to be approved, right? So do we approve it individually or just as a packet?
And in the last compensation schedule approved, it wasn't on there either.
No, it wasn't.
When was the position added?
April.
Yeah, that
With,
was,
without council
that was the
consent?
position. Yes, that was
Yeah.
the position that was added in April and that we had a fair amount, we had a special meeting over that, the formation of that. We discussed that. That was in an executive session.
But it was done without council consent, correct?
That one was done, right. It was claimed that that position was there and council disagreed. There was a bit of a furor on that one, and then it was never brought in. We never did approve that position as a council. We never did see that on the compensation schedule.
Is this what the one they're talking about?
Correct. No, it's the water department.
It'd be in the middle of page 26.
Sorry, thank you.
Where is he? This waste plant operator?
Is that the one we're talking about, the
I
waste?
think so, right?
No,
No.
No.
you don't see it at all.
Oh, it's not on there at
It's
all.
not on
It
there.
would be here, but it's not.
So then it's not really,
We have one extra position there that's not approved.
Yeah.
Counselor Fausto.
Well, since we're on salaries, I'm seeing here the city manager, and this is just the question that I came across earlier today, that the city manager is listed as 161,000. And then on page 30 on the book, there's a proposed for 208,000. Can you explain how that increase came to be? Because it doesn't seem like personnel benefits has been, I guess, factored into that, or has it?
So right now there is city managers just contracted, so that is the city manager scale. The budget would have to be adjusted once a city manager was actually obtained with a contract. So
Monica, I think she's asking that 208,000, is that the number
is that with the benefits?
with the benefits?
Proposed. Are the benefits factored into that? Because we're
Yeah.
going from 160 to 208.
Right,
This
and
is
when you
page
see on the
30.
salary schedules over here, Ms. Frausto, those are just salaries. The budgets are positional, they'll say salaries and benefits. So you'll see those combined costs in there, so.
Yeah, and the way that it's just formatted, it doesn't look like
Doesn't
the
look like that.
personal benefits are factored into it.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, it looks like it's separate, right? Like
Yeah.
an additional
Oh.
79,060.
yeah.
Well, I believe in the city manager's budget, there's a portion of this, who else is in that budget
City
allocated to that
clerk, I
budget? City
believe.
clerk.
Mhm.
So that when you see wages, that's the city manager's budget and whoever else is allocated to the support for that position.
Yeah, I think it's city clerk.
So so the city manager's salary would be the 161. The remaining portion of that would be, I believe, the city clerk, a portion of the city clerk's wages are in there. And then you get into the benefit package.
Vasquez.
I agree with Counselor Fausto. That part on page 30, that is kind of confusing, the way it's laid out.
I agree as well.
On the 2025, we have 160, and then right below salaries and wages says personal benefits, 58,750.
Um,
And then it moves to 2026 and the numbers are way different.
what page is this?
30.
30 on the book.
Page in the book is 30.
No, it's online.
It's what's on the screen too right now.
And again, it may be the way it was allocated in the 2025 budget for those 25 numbers, right?
That's actually how they have it allocated within the budget. So it's just the way that the budget has it listed. I'm not sure why it was listed separately. But I can combine those. I'm gonna be honest, I wrote this whole book in 5 hours. All of my time was spent doing spreadsheets, and then I went in and had to type this whole book, and I typed it all in 5 hours. So it was a very, very quick typing job, trying to get everything from a spreadsheet into this book. So there's a lot of tabs in here so that the final one is actually going to have all the numbers that are on the spreadsheets.
Monica, I appreciate your hard work because, you know, I'm embarrassed that I even voted for last year's budget or this year's budget because it was just numbers and, you know, I didn't question it, but, you know, now it's more clarity. So thank you for the hard work.
It is much clearer than what we saw last year.
Very much.
Last year, there was an awful lot that was just kind of, I don't know, well, it's like, I think you said it, things were allocated to different funds in order to make the budget work, and a lot of that
I
stuff.
still have to bring the new 20 budget to the council, so I'm working on trying to get all the new numbers into this and then bringing the 25 budget for amendment to the council as well.
But it also, to us, when we were up here looking at it last year, it seemed good. If you know what I mean. It seemed like, okay, it seems like it's flowing. It seems like it's making sense. And so my concern is I don't want it to look like it's good. I want it to be good. And so,
That's why all the questions. No, I completely understand. And I had part of the finance committee, I've showed them my spreadsheets and all the notes. And let me tell you, I've gone line item by line item by line item on every single line item in the general or in the chart of accounts. And I've opened up every single one and looked at every single one for 5 years. There is not a line item within the general or within the entire chart of accounts that I have not looked at for 5 years.
well, and I appreciate you doing the work with the finance committee. And I know the individuals on our finance committee, especially Deputy Mayor, is very attuned to reading these financial reports and profit and loss statements, and he can pick this sort of stuff up. So I appreciate the work, Deputy Mayor, that you've done and the time that you spent on all of this. This is a big job, and it's important because I think, well, somebody said that, you know, there was a conversation last year that within 2 years, if we really focus, we could get it done. And I had said that to the city manager at the time. The finance director that he had hired had said that to me at the time. We were all in agreement. And it was just a private conversation between us. I said, do we think we can do this within 2 years? And I didn't share that with council because I didn't want to get everybody's hopes up. But they said, yes, I think if we really focus, we can get it within 2 years. And then by March, it became evident that there was no possible way we were going to get it done within 2 years or maybe even 5 years. It wasn't looking good. So I'm a little tentative on all of this, and it has nothing, there's no reflection on you. You know, you get burned once or twice, and then you start to be doubtful of everything. But yeah.
I think that the most difficult part is that 23, the ending of 23 and well, I thought that 23 had good numbers in it until I started trying to reconcile 24 and realized that 23 probably doesn't have the greatest numbers in it and that a lot of those are incorrect. So I have to undo half of 23 to pull 24's numbers out and to put some of the numbers back into 23.
Oh my gosh,
Okay.
hours. That's humanly impossible. Monica.
Okay, Ms. Hancock.
I just want to say, Monica, being on council previously and then being on council this past year and being on council now that you've come in, being on it previously, we didn't always get good numbers, but we had reasonable numbers. And to sit and listen to you explain the budget to me, it comes out so much clearer to me than it has sometimes in the past, and especially in this last year. Your explanations are great, and I really appreciate that.
I do want to clarify something. So in the book, I had the amount for the dispatch is a budget cut amount. On your spreadsheets, that it doesn't
The ones you just handed out.
yes, the A, B, and C. If you look at A, that's the full amount for the actual budget, which is on my spreadsheet. And so dispatch is actually
Where do you have that at?
that's 842,736 is what I have at their wages. And some of their supplies, I hate cutting supplies, but we all need pens and pencils.
Okay,
highlight
so
mark.
can you just, to help me find it here along, you have the different account where the money
Right,
is
and
supposed to be at? Which one am I
The
looking
general
at?
fund is what what dispatch comes out of. So when I presented the three A, B, and C sheets as the handout. So if you look at the A, that one's gonna have all of everybody full-time, nobody cut.
Yeah.
And so that's what A is going to be. That's without any staffing reductions. And that's with adding the $1 million from that March bond maturity being added back in. The B option is going to be with some staffing reductions. That means just some of those non-essential staffing reductions where we're going to be cutting some of the staff down to like some skeleton crews. And then
Minus administrative assistants and that.
yeah, and then a few other, maybe just trying to see where we can make the cuts and then still adding that million back in. The reduction there would also limit the pool to part, not being open full-time. We would have the like swim team available during Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or we would work a different schedule to where it wasn't open full-time 7 days a week. And then C was having some reductions, keeping the pool open full-time, and then still utilizing that bond. So that's the three different options that you have before you. So feedback on how you would like to move forward. If you wanted to move forward with A, that we're not at least at ending the year under budget. And then you could always come back within the first quarter and evaluate where we're at after we get some more information with the jails, after we get some more information with the dispatch, and then evaluate some of these roles. Then we can come back again and do another amendment. Or if you wanted to just make the decision to do some cuts now, that would be where it would be at.
Okay, and we will give you some direction after the public hearing section is over on that, but that gives us definitely some stuff to think about for the next couple of minutes. Councilor Vasquez.
Yeah, and going back to page A, so seeing the ending balance on the general fund, page A is very concerning.
Yes.
Compared to B and C. So I just want all of council to be aware of that ending balance on page A.
Yes. Monica, what is the recommended number of months spending we should have?
Well, I'll say two different things. There is the second option with the funding. And I'm not thrilled to take the second option, but it is the second option. And there is the second bond that's going to be mature in September. That's why I say if we were to do an evaluation like March, I would say after the first quarter, then we would be able to see where we're at. We do also have the second maturity of the second bond in September if there was a need for it. And then I wouldn't recommend trying to depend on the $1 million. If we needed to use some of it, you could, but then I would recommend putting the rest of it or using half of it, maybe putting the rest of it back into the LPIG fund. And so there's options with that second bond. That's why I don't have it in the budget at all, because that would be a budget amendment in the future to see where we're at with the revenues, with the employees, and with the, just kind of seeing forward where we're going to be heading with some of these things, trying to get some rate studies done to get a better gauge on what we're facing, and also give us time to get 24 cleaned up so we have some solid numbers.
Councilor Hart.
Yes, I just have a question here on the business of what do you think that the 25 ending budget is going to look like? Ending balance is going to look like?
I thought I had a really good idea until I opened up the beginning of 24 and found out that it was completely off. I think the beginning balance is, I don't foresee it being less than what I have listed at the 300,000. I think 300,000 is a very, very conservative number, and that's why I used it. It could be more than that. but I don't want to say that it is, because without having a good solid, the general fund is a large fund. It's easy for me to look at some of these enterprise funds and see over the time, like, this is how much they're spending, and getting a good ending, beginning balance with the general fund and stuff being spent out of it. I don't want to 100% say that I believe that it's going to be like a lot more. So I rather stay conservative of where it's at.
Sure, sure. If I may.
Go one more.
So there's the budget amendment that you're going to be bringing to us. When are you bringing that to us?
Well, it would be presented, the first one would need to be presented in March when that bond revenue came available, because.
I'm sorry, I don't think I.
Oh, which one?
I'm thinking in terms of you bringing one to us before the end of this year.
Oh, 2025.
Yes.
2025 will need to be done before the end of the year, so I'm trying to currently work on it.
So we only have like 2 more meetings. So
Yeah.
one of those,
Yep,
one's a workshop, one's a regular meeting.
correct.
Most likely the 8th.
Okay.
Counselor Vasquez.
Oh, yes. So just going back to Counselor Hart's question about like the ending balance or beginning balance of the year. If you go to the fund, general fund, beginning balance, that'll always be a reflection of how the funds are being ended the prior year. Just so we all know.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I have some questions on fire control, Chief. First of all, your budget hasn't ballooned since 2019, so thank you for that. Besides the taxes that we received in revenues, do we receive any other revenues?
For the fire suppression side, no,
Yeah.
it is general fund funded.
So how far does Sunnyside Fire respond to? Do they respond to the county?
So we have two different tiers, if you will. So ultimately, we respond to the city limits of Sunnyside. That goes without saying. And then anything outside of that is going to be driven by one of two things. One is automatic aid, which is ILA driven, interlocal agreement driven, which is example, one of the ones would be the Fire District 5 one. We currently have agreements in place for City of Mapton and City of Grandview. Beyond that, it falls under what's called a mutual aid request, and that is typically when a given agency has exhausted all the resources, a larger incident, and then we go upon request.
That we don't get reimbursed?
Correct. And so the same applies when we call for additional alarms or resources, we are provided those resources by other agencies at no cost to us. So it's I guess you could call it an in-kind trade. That's why it's a mutual aid. We're providing mutual resources to one another.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Hart.
So that's like when if they want to use our ladder truck, they have a big fire and they need another ladder truck. That would be mutual aid to, say, Toppenish or.
That is correct, ma'am. And then same thing in return, if we need another ladder truck, then we would call Toppenish or Grandview. And again, that would be part of that mutual aid process.
I
That's
just
correct.
Needed a kind of a visual there, so. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Further questions? Deputy Mayor.
Monica, in your 3 plans, do any of them fund the senior center?
I don't have, the only thing I have funded for the senior center would be the maintenance that goes out and takes care of the facilities.
So
And then they have bills.
Are they going to be able to maintain or stay open or keep the facility going?
We would request for assistance to keep the facilities going.
What does that mean?
I would recommend donations and sponsors to help us, the city with getting the senior center more assistance. I know that there's a lot of volunteers and people that join the senior center, and so I feel like that could be something the city could do.
The seniors all pay $10.
Yeah.
I know the senior center is a lifeline for a lot of the seniors. It's their social life. It's
It is.
I mean, they look forward to it. So I'd hate to see that on the chopping block to where they don't have that resource because You know, that to me is a mental health issue for a lot of these folks.
It is.
Absolutely.
One of the things too is that we have a contract, the city has a contract with People for People, which organizes and maintains the Meal on Wheels program. So that is one of the things that it brings some money in to feed somewhere between 30 and 35 people a day, hot meals. That's not including those that are for shut-ins and that the People for People Meal on Wheels for those. So that money is already, there's a contract. So we already have a contract there with the city for Meals on Wheels, which is a really big deal for the folks. But also, and Councillor Hancock said, you know, there is a senior group that charges, it's like a little senior club, and they have monthly potlucks, but they don't pay for their potlucks, because why would you? Because you're bringing the food. But there's a $10 membership fee for different programs that we find to have. And there are volunteers who bring in like haircuts, or we have people come do grief. We have a toe clinic, a healthy toe clinic. And then that is one that can be paid, or it's not, or it might be non-charitable. And that's a contract with the woman who's there. There are some folks who do make donations regularly. But again, that doesn't really cover for janitorial. And I think that keeping the senior citizen open is a mental health program I absolutely am firmly in favor of. I think that we should really keep that going as much as we can.
Hancock.
The pedicure, just for record, the pedicure that Miss Cussings does is a grant that she works under. She comes out and does it for free for the senior citizens, and then they can give a donation or tip if they choose to, but she doesn't charge anything. What I would counsel on, and incoming people, because I will not be here all through budget, is please do not close the Senior Citizen Center. If I was going to choose, if the Senior Citizen Center is on the chopping block, I would say that I would want to go then with the pool being a part-time pool and giving the seniors something to do also. Don't just give it all to the pool and close down the senior center, because I think the senior center is very vital.
Thank you. Councilor Ripley.
Do we have any idea how much it costs to keep the senior center open?
So so I see here 23,100. Is that the total expense amount?
For the senior center?
Yeah, that was
what she's
That's
proposing.
just what I'm proposing. That's
just-
that's for the crews to go over and do maintenance
Mhm.
and janitorial.
Okay, that was my question. And then I have another question, which would be, so I see the 20.
Just a second, Councilor Vasquez. Councilor Ripley, did you get your question answered?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure because I wasn't clear on the answer. Go ahead, Councilor Vasquez.
So the 23,100, that's what you have proposed right now. So then what's the full amount for, like, if we wanted to keep senior center fully covered moving forward?
I would have to pull the monthly bills specifically just for the senior center. Right now, they don't itemize that into its own, they don't allocate it to its own budget per se. They just put it in recreation facilities. And so recreation facilities all just kind of gets like bunched into one. And so that's how they've always just put the recreation. I can try and itemize out exactly what all the bills are that get expensed there.
I would appreciate that for the senior center because I do really want to see those numbers.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
I think if I remember from last year, Monica, it was about 35,000.
Exactly. That's what I was going to
That-
say.
I
Thank
think
you,
that's
George.
right.
That's about what it was.
Yeah.
35,000.
Councilor Hancock.
That
That's
was.
what you were going to say?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Ms. Fausto.
Could we talk about the utility rates and the increase and how much money we have been able to allocate to the pool And how much money of that are we still able to use for 2026?
So I did the allocations because it wasn't getting, the 2% wasn't getting allocated to the pool. Looking up the pool amount, last season, it was $195,536.62 for staffing and for, just the regular maintenance at the pool. And then the pool actually, had a revenue of $112,631.75. So it's just roughly just under $83,000 short of how much it would need to be able to sustain like just itself. That doesn't include any of the pool like capital items that for maintenance, for when we had to fix anything in the big, large like filters or anything like that. And also I have those invoices, so we'll be getting reimbursed for those items as well.
Okay, because the pool is never going to be a money maker.
No,
In fact,
just no.
it'd be a pipe dream to think it's going to break even. The pool, again, it comes down to a quality of life issue. And, it's been said by a number of people that families rely on it, families look forward to it. My family spent a lot of time at the pool. I've seen a lot of families who spend a lot of time at the pool. It's become, it's central to their life. And so to think that it's going to make money, no, it's not going to do that. It's just won't. So go ahead, Councilor Hart.
I do. When we went to, last year to Olympia, and we requested, I forget the amount of money,
1.3 million.
wasn't it 1.3 million?
There was 500 allocated to the pool. Yeah.
And 500 of that was, 500,000 was dedicated to the pool.
Correct.
Is that correct? So that money, and Hector, maybe you can help me out with this. The pool, that money that was allocated to the pool went for, can you help me out with that?
Nothing yet.
It should have been, that's what we got it for, was for this past swim year.
I'm expensing is the maintenance that was done when there was things broken and they needed to fix the
Then that was supposed to be done this past season
correct. And
with the money that we got in Olympia, correct?
Right. And we're just now in the process of requesting that reimbursement back. We just now got all of our receipts together, all our invoices, and we're just now putting that request in
Okay.
to get that money.
But the money was allocated for the repairs, and those repairs included quite a bit of infrastructure, wasn't it?
So it was the pool pump, it was the filters. It was also some chlorine pumps that we need to get fixed. And like Mr. Bridges and Ms. Hofstadter said, we've gotten the receipts. She has them. Will be working on getting that reimbursement back.
Okay.
So
that's so it was 500. Plus that we got a donation from, did we not, from
About
the Rotary?
42,000, I believe, from the Rotary, Rob, for the pool.
And that didn't,
Yeah, that should be close.
that didn't even like cover the pool pump.
And that, what did that cover?
I believe that was the
That
pump.
was
The
operations.
pump.
Yeah.
I think it was for the pump. I believe it was for equipment.
Okay.
For the pump.
It was equipment, if I recall.
Okay, Ms. Ripley.
But the receipts were not turned in until they have been searched for, and now they're being turned in, right?
Right. We turned them in late last week.
They have been turned in.
Yes. Well, we haven't turned them into the state yet. We've recovered them. We're in the process of turning them to the state.
Yeah.
There's a process we have to go through to follow the grant process
Right.
for reimbursement request.
But can I just add one more question to that with that 1.3 million? The other portion of that money was to be set aside for some work. I believe it was some,
The gazebo and Tina Noth.
yeah, for
Right.
Tina Noth. And has anything been done on that part? Because wasn't that supposed to be for some toilets and that sort of thing out there?
So if I may, so those are capital improvements.
Right.
And we're not showing capital improvements in here. So when we're ready to move forward with those projects and we request that funding, as we bid those projects out, then we will come back with a budget amendment to show you those numbers in the budget.
So the question is it not been spent
It
yet?
has not been spent yet.
So that
I
money.
believe we
set
have
it-
3 years to spend it.
Okay, so that money is set aside at what?
It's not set aside in the budget. It's sitting in
the-
the Department of Commerce,
in the-
waiting for a request from us when we're ready to move forward with the project.
See, it gets really complicated. If it's not in the bank.
Right.
It's you kind of forget, but also the money that was set aside for then the gazebo downtown, because it was needing some tender loving care. thinking that was what we were doing to it, was it not? You were there for that, what we were doing with the gazebo money?
They had ideas as to adding like a stage to it, but I mean,
I think it was a stage, sound system, some electrical work, things of this nature. So,
Yeah. Okay.
and again,
And again, those monies are on a reimbursement.
yes, they're sitting in the state bank until we request reimbursement.
Okay, thank you. I just needed to know where it went and what we were doing with it, but appreciate your clarification on that. Thank you.
Councilor
And also
Hancock.
the Rotary. Thank you.
Councilor Atkins.
Jim, have we looked, or Monica, very seriously at our city prosecuting attorney contract? Yeah, I know we've just been re-upping things, but you know, that has ballooned quite significantly in the last couple years too, and the same with the judge costs.
And to answer your question, I have not. That contract was currently in place. And we did just re-up the judge's contract, but not the prosecutors.
Yeah. Because that jumped way up too, and I'd like counsel for future reference to be looking at that. Because that really jumped up, and we were told that bringing Toppenish in would cut $400,000 or give us $400,000. And that's not what I see is going to happen as far as I know. So I would like to keep that on council's radar.
Noted. Okay. Further questions or comments?
Good.
All right. Hearing none. This public hearing is closed at 7:46 PM. And thank you, everyone, for your comments, for your answers, for the work that you've done on this. We are now asked by staff to provide some sort of direction. I don't think we need to necessarily take a vote, but we've got three options before us that Ms. Hofstadter has given us as far as the budget. Keep in mind that throughout the course of 2026, we can always reanalyze and look at and modify the budget. The budget is a living document, which means it can be adjusted. It was something that was supposed to have done regularly throughout the course of this past year, 2025, and was not done. We had one meeting where we talked about budget, but we didn't really follow through with that. But I would suggest that council would, in the course of 2026, diligently work on scheduling budget meetings, budget retreats of some sort, so that council can keep track of where the budget is, how things are going. Are we doing better than we thought? Are we doing worse than we thought? How do we need to amend this so that we can do it quarterly, as opposed to, oh no, at the end of the year, we're in a crisis mode? Because that's happened now two years in a row, and it has been unpleasant experience both years. So what I'd like to get at this point is some direction. I would like to be able to give some direction to our finance department on where council would like to go, A, B, or C on that one. Councilor Hancock.
One thing I want to say before we get into deciding A, B, or C is I think it's imperative for council to keep staff steady so that we have a continuum of where we're at. So we're getting the same numbers in the same format. And I think we're on the right path here. I think we've got I think Monica's very talented at what she does. And I think that we need some steady leadership here for the next foreseeable future. So I just want to put that part in. And as far as the proposed budget summaries are concerned, I like the B proposal, but I want to make sure that the senior center is in there.
So that's with the full staffing reduction.
Yep.
And the $1 million. So
That'd be part-time pool. One of these had part.
That would be part-time pool.
Yeah, which means just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it'd be closed down, right?
Well, they'd still be open for the swim team.
Yep, still be open for swim team, but
Open to the
close
public.
the slower days that we don't have a good population of people out there swimming.
Correct.
Because some days there's none. And you know, some days there's, you know, just a handful, so.
Okay, Councilor Vasquez.
So, going on what Teresa's saying, she's saying close on the slower days. So something that Janet Gary said that I believe is 100% true is that a steady schedule is very essential. It's like, it's a must, because then we're not communicating that with the public, and public, they're gonna be confused all the time, and they're not gonna know when they can drop off their kids or when it's closed, because then it's just being closed whenever, like randomly, it's being closed whenever it's slow. And in a week, the days vary, it shifts all the time. So if we are going to be going down this route, I do suggest creating a stable schedule where no matter, even if it's slow, it's going to remain open.
Right.
Okay.
And that's a must.
But close on the days that are slowest traditional days.
Counselor Hart.
The one thing too that Ms. Aguirre said that I thought was really important is if we're trying to recruit local lifeguards, so we don't, that if we can get that, because one of the things that we end up doing, if we don't advertise need for lifeguards early enough, they all get to go to different pools. So we lose our local kids to different pools in the lower valley where we want them to be working at our pools. So we get their advantage of their youth and their enthusiasm and their labor. So I think that we need to be, when we're talking about putting that calendar together, I think that the other thing is we really need to add back swim lessons. I really think that, we could probably increase our slow days by having swim lessons, on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think that we didn't do any swim lessons this last year. I think that's an important safety feature. And as much as that's one of the things that the council is supposed to be involved with, is the health and welfare and safety of our community. And we have a lot of canals around here that kids might decide to just go back swimming in, and we know that they drowned when they do. So I think, if we can get those two things done, get the scheduling for the lifeguards earlier in the season, maybe just however early we can, so we have the trained lifeguards, and then also offer swimming. I mean, the swimming lessons are really, really, if my kids would have drowned if we'd ever went to a different pool, because I don't swim, but I made sure they learned how to swim. And I think every child in our community needs to learn how to swim. They can't if we don't offer lessons. And I just really, I'm adamant about that.
Deputy Mayor.
So I'm leaning towards Plan B with support with the senior centers, and then maybe the days at the pool, the slow days, can we maybe break it down to what the cost would be, and maybe put it out there for like any businesses that want to pick up a day and sponsor a day?
I think that happened this
Possibility,
last
yeah.
year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other comments? Ms. Vasquez.
I too am leaning more towards B. However, I would like the wording to be different, because I keep thinking I'm looking at C, because it says with full staffing reduction. So instead of full staff, can you do something like reword it to part-time? Like staff reduction? Because I keep looking at C and B, just making sure that I'm on the right page,
And what
because
those positions would be?
yeah,
Just reiterate.
And add
and
those.
that was gonna be my next question. I would want those positions that are on that chopping line or reduction line, added onto B.
Okay, other comments, questions? Ms. Rossno.
I think it's also time to continue the vision. And I think this is also lies within, the city manager and obviously council to provide some direction. But we need to start getting really creative on how to generate revenue in this town. This is my second budget review now, and we're sitting in front of a crowd where we're having to cut resources yet again, for seniors possibly, for youth again, which are one of the groups that just gets the shorter end of the stick in this community over and over and over again. We're really quick to enact youth curfews, but we're not any faster to make sure that we are working diligently to provide more resources for them. Our youth matter, our seniors matter. We need to get creative on how we're going to bring in monies into this community. So we don't have to come here yet again in 2026 and figure out how we're going to cut and mess with people's livelihoods. I think that's something that we have to continue talking about. And Jim, you're at the helm right now. So I think it's time to start having these conversations, if that's one-on-one with us, or if that's in groups with us, or creating a committee, a city community advisory board that can come in and advise the council on where pockets of money might be, working with the Department of Commerce. WSDOT was willing to give us a big a grant earlier this year, but because we were in transition with trying to fire the previous city manager, we weren't able to actually access those monies. So we really need to start getting our heads together and start finding out more solutions instead of coming to the same realization of having to cut yet again resources for the community.
Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
So if I can address that just real quickly. And it's been said here tonight, we're going to have to tighten our belt for a couple more years. And then I actually said this to the mayor on Friday myself. I believe that's still the truth. We have to tighten it. If we can get to 2028, and the key about 2028 is, and this goes to what you were saying, Ms. Frausto, is previous decisions by previous councils, all the way back into my time, by borrowing money, and using bonds to pay for that money, has cost the city a lot of money. In 2028, some of those bonds come off, and those bonds are substantial. They're over $700,000 a piece. So that money is sitting out there in 2028, but we still have bond costs for 26 and 27. So that's why I'm saying, when you're talking about generating revenue, I'll give you a great example. In 2008, a large big box store came to town looking to buy property. That big box store was estimated to be a $20 million annual revenue store. So they weren't successful in acquiring the property here. Well, that $20 million revenue, times that by 8%, that's $160,000 a year in tax revenue to the city, right? The Monson bond alone is $700,000. Now, this is a large big box store, nationwide store that was going to come here. We lost essentially 4 of those stores by that one bond alone. So, when you're talking to getting that kind of money in, it takes a lot of revenue and attraction to get these folks to come in here and build. So we just have to watch what we're doing. And that's to the council, to the next city manager, whoever it happens to be, is be careful when we start going down the road of borrowing large sums of money and funding that with your general fund, because that's where a lot of our money is tied up right now in those bonds. So, but Ms. Rosso, we can certainly meet and go over some of these things if you'd like, and we can, any ideas with the public, I'm all ears. So. All right.
I just think I agree with both of you on that, because I think what we need to do is we need to have, I know that it's putting together community forums is a hassle. It's hard, but we need the community input on some of these things. They know people that we don't know that might want to come here. And we need to have the community forums. We started doing them in, what year was that? Was that 22, 23? We did a bunch of them in 23 and 24, I think. And they were successful. We got a lot of really good ideas, and that has come forward to making us change some things in our ordinances, some things in our municipal code. We got to continue to do that. And Deputy Mayor over here has done a lot to bring a lot of those ordinances into current use. And we're going to be talking about that here in a minute, about another one we need to change. But I just think that community forums are going to help us a lot to get some of that, just do it attitude back in play, to be more progressive about what it is we want our community to look like. And we need to be able to ask the community for how they want their community to look like. I know the money issue right now, but you can find money. You can always get money. You can always get a side hustle. And we're probably going to be looking at a couple of those. But I think that, we don't want to get so barred down into, we don't have any money, blah, blah, blah. We have money. We just got to figure out where it's at and how to allocate it to the right home so that we can get through this thing. And I'm really excited that we're making some progress on that. But I really think community forums and getting some new ideas and maybe having the whole council involved in some of this, coming up with some new ideas, and then a community forum for asking for public participation. But then I'm just kind of muddling on here.
Okay, so yeah, and I agree. I think we're kind of losing the thread here. The idea here is that we're trying to give some guidance to our finance department on options A, B, or C. I'm hearing from council more of a leaning towards option B. I know my personal preference would be option C because I am going to advocate for that pool. I have every single year that I've been on council, and it's going to continue that way for the rest of my life. However, I also want to make it very clear that that senior center is an important place to our seniors, and we don't want to lose that either, which means we're going to have to get creative. And so I'm thinking option B is probably the way that we can get creative. We may have to pull back a little on the pool. We may have to pull back a little on the senior center, but I want both of those facilities to be open for our community. It has been mentioned that the people who always take the biggest hit are our senior citizens or our youth. And I think we need to make it very clear that they are a priority to us in this community. So
Just keep in mind, Dean, that the senior center is 35,000 and the pool's 200.
I understand that. Councilor Ripley.
I'm going for B, but I'm wondering if we can pull some money out of the hat for a forensic audit. I think if we can't do the whole accounting thing, then at least a forensic audit. We got to find out where we're at. And you have done a lot. I mean, you've done phenomenal. I wish you were here 4 years ago.
And Councilor Ripley, we have been trying to find a firm that would do a forensic audit and a deep dive into our finances. And up until today, we still don't have anybody who has applied for the position.
Where are we putting it out there at? I mean,
We actually had one company that requested that we extend so the deadline was the 30th of this month, and they asked if we could extend it out because the 30th is a Sunday, and just want to know if we'll extend it to the next week so that they can get their proposal in.
oh,
And then
good.
Monica, why don't you discuss what you've done with the finance department, with the gals?
And
Okay, let's talk about that later.
Let's do that a
It's
little bit
it's a
later.
pertinent question, but
Write that down because we're going to come back to it.
so it seems to me that council is leaning towards option B on the budget proposal. Is that correct? Am I understanding you guys all correctly?
Yes, with the senior center in
Okay.
there.
And I think we've made it very clear that how we feel about the senior center and the pool and our youth and our seniors and all of that. So, okay, I think we've done that. Ms. Vasquez.
Yeah, and while moving forward with B, if we can also get the list of everything that's going to be either cut or.
Yeah, an itemized list would be great.
Yeah, itemized list.
And then you'll have a completely refreshed book, PDF form, and then let me know if you would like me to print it out as well in this format.
Just like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Councilor Fausto.
Quick question. Have we talked about the two HR positions? Are we still giving our circumstances? Are we still keeping both positions since
So-
we're only working with one?
I didn't hear the positions.
So the
HR,
Oh,
human resources. So I think there was a second position that was created
Correct.
for a generalist.
correct.
Are we still keeping that, or is that something that's going to be
We have
cut
two
back on?
generalists. The reason why is because we're pretty behind on all of our union negotiations. And due to all the union negotiations and then some public records requests and other ongoing investigations and lawsuits, there's a lot of work. And so it's kind of requiring both of them.
we have a lot of work to do in that department. Our policies, if we have them, are outdated. Our files, if we can find them, need to be organized, updated, accessible. I don't know how many times we get phone calls from our attorneys, hey, we need this record from this employee about this employee, whoever that employee is. And I mean, you might as well call 911 and ask the police to come up and find it because we can't find them. So, and then 3 or 4 weeks later, you find them, right? And that affects public records. So it is a position that's needed right now. It has been hired, has been filled. And so that position has not been cut from the budget. The positions that we are looking at are not filling the public works director's position, not filling the community development, development director. Those are the two primary large positions. Those are both, approaching $200,000 apiece. in wages and benefits.
Admin assistant for.
Admin assistant in Public Works, admin assistant for the fire department. So there's, you're looking at, a rule of thumb, real quick, an employee is about $125,000, a line staff employee. Department heads are closer to $200,000. So those are the positions that are not being filled at this point in time. Deputy city clerk, again. But we can list those all out, Ms. Vasquez.
Let's have those, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, everyone. And thank you again for the work that you've done. I know this has been a hard job, and Finance Committee, thank you for your dedication to this as well. You guys have been earning your substantial salary as council members, attending those meetings. And I do appreciate your input on all of that as well, because you are a vital part of this whole process. All right.
Mayor, if you don't
Yes,
mind, I'm going to if we're done with finance, Ms. Hofstadter's not feeling well, so I was going to dismiss her from the meeting tonight.
Okay, Councilor Hancock had a question real quick. Did you want to answer that question right away before you go, and then you can be dismissed?
So right now I've been, I've allocated 2 of my staff. I've requested anybody that wanted to volunteer to assist with kind of going through some of the reconciliations to try and actually get started on cleaning things up. And I have 2 members of staff that want some overtime. So I've permitted 8 hours on the weekend when they can either do 4 hours each day, but they are currently have a laptop so they can try and assist with getting some of the reconciliations done. They work off of spreadsheets that I pull out of the bank, and then I pull off of our system Springbrook, and they work off those spreadsheets. Then they give them to me, and I double check their work and then go in and do the reconciliation within the system. So we've just began that this past weekend. So we're hoping that we can get the ball rolling.
So you're keeping it all within house. You're not bringing in somebody from outside at this point to.
Well, we're trying to get things started so that when somebody does come in, they can not start from scratch and actually start looking at things, because it's going to be a lot more than the reconciliation that needs to be done. It's also going to help me find the grant revenue and all the expenses that go towards those grant revenues, so that when we do get audited, I have the expenses for those grants, and I can turn those in, because I have Schedule 15s and 16s that I have to be able to give to the state auditors, and I don't have any of the information. None of it's been put together, so.
All right. Good. Thank you, Councilor.
Just before you go, just one question. It seems like a lot of the confusion about reconciliation and bringing in and different things to be allocated to the right barcode and all of this has part of the problem been the switching over from one system to another and not actually understanding how each system was supposed to be working? Because I know that there was some discussion about that early on when we started changing the systems for that, and it kind of confused a lot of people. Didn't feel like there was enough training going on or something to that effect.
That was when they were going to go from a cash base to an accrual base accounting. And that was,
No, I'm talking about the accounting, the systems that you use, the Springbrook or the other one.
The new software.
Yeah, the new software. There seemed to have been quite a bit of struggle with that.
Not the NeoGov. What was the one that?
Springbrook is the only one that they.
ClearGov was the one that we purchased, but we never implemented it.
Yeah.
So we're still on Springbrook. That's all we've ever used. But I think the major point, and this goes back to 2023.
Right.
It would be, as Ms. Hofstadter just said, the difference between cash basis accounting and accrual basis accounting. And I think they went down that accrual basis accounting for a few months and got sideways and
Reverted back.
Yeah, reverted back.
That was in June, July, and August of 24. That was just so they started it in June, and then they turned around and in August decided not to do it, and everything got moved back. And then, so those 3 months, I've kind of looked through it. Some of the stuff that got moved back I think it didn't convert back very well.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but 23 is the end of 23 to the beginning of 24 is where the biggest mess is right now.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate
and
it.
we will let you go home.
Mhm.
Get some rest and hope your daughter feels well too.
Don't get all sick. We don't need you to be
I
sick right
know.
now.
Well, she tested positive for the flu and I was like, thanks,
Oh,
kid.
man.
All right.
I love her though.
Next item, and it pains me to say this, item B on my agenda, although it's not the second item we're dealing with, so. We had the big ones first, and those are, we can't deny that. Next item, ambulance utility rate study. Receive an ambulance utility rate study presentation from FCS.
And Mr. Mayor, they are online right now. Chief Holbrook, did you want to say something at the beginning?
I was just gonna check and see, are we all ready to switch gears? Do we need to take a?
I need more. I need a comfort break. I'll be right
Okay.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask you. It's at your discretion, but we can, if there's any questions that I cannot answer, cannot be answered by FCS, we can jot them down and.
Hi, Shivani.
Hi, Monica.
Are you
Can
getting
you hear me?
for this?
Do you need Ms. Hofstadter to stay?
No, I think that's okay. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Perfect. I am having some connectivity issue, but Chase is here just in case if I get frozen, he'll just jump in.
All right, sounds good.
And before we get started, do I need to kind of refresh everybody on when we're talking about with the ambulance utility rate study? Are we?
Yeah, I think it might be a good idea just to bring everybody up to speed.
Okay,
and make sure the audience understands as well.
So some time ago, we brought on FCS Group to conduct an ambulance utility rate study to manage feasibility and long-term for their enterprise fund to continue to be what it is and allowed us to continue to operate as we are currently with hopeful plans that, you know, the fire department has been a little what I like to call dormant. We haven't had a lot of growth progression a lot of times, and we'll get into that. But FCS was brought on and had the arduous task of going through and seeing where we're at, where we need to be, where we could be, and kind of providing some options there. So with that, unless there's any question up to this point, I'll turn it over to Shivani and Chase with FCS Group.
All right, you've got the floor.
Thank you. Do we have the presentation slide being shared? Excellent. Well, thank you all council members, mayor, and also the public. So FCS Group is working with the city fire chief and as well as Monica for the last, I would say, beginning of the year. And now finally we have the preliminary results. We're excited and happy to share that with you guys. Next slide, please.
Yeah, I can't
Can't
hear
hardly
very
Yeah,
well.
it's a little hard to hear, so if you can turn that volume up a little, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have Chase jump in. Go ahead, Chase.
Okay, perfect. Chief, actually, did you want to talk about these first couple slides? I know we.
Sure. So I'll keep this as brief as possible. I won't get on my soapbox. I'm very passionate about my job and my department, so I'll reel it in here. But to kind of give some background and foundation of you know where we're at and hopefully where we're going. Just trying to compare apples to apples as much as possible on our situation and situations of comparable cities and comparable departments. And so to kind of give a real quick rundown on Sunnyside Fire specifically. So we currently operate out of one centralized fire station. Our 5-year call average over the last 5 years is averages out to 4,233 emergency calls per year. Right now, and this is actually a little bit, the numbers increased a little bit. Right now for 2025, we're estimated to actually have closer to about 4,370 calls for 2025, which when you break that down to a calls per capita being number of full-time employees, that's 235 calls per full-time employee. And so what we did is trying to, again, to keep things as comparable as possible. We pulled 3 other agencies to use as comparables, and those agencies were selected on a couple factors. One, those are similar size cities, as similar as we could make them. 2, they were similar in operation. So these 3 agencies that we pulled are also run an ambulance such as we do, transport, and so on and so forth. So trying to keep things as comparable as possible. So if we go back, so the 3 agencies were City of West Richland, which I will say that department is technically a district, but they operate as or for a municipality. The other being the City of Pullman, and the third of the City of Moses Lake. And again, those were chosen for those reasons I explained as far as comparables. So City of West Richland, and their agency operates out of 3 stations. they average 2,300 calls per year, which with their 25 employees, which they're currently adding 3 to 6 more, breaks down to 92 calls per year per employee. City of Pullman operates out of 2 stations, averages 3,700 calls per year, and with their 32 line staff, that is 115 calls per employee. And lastly, City of Moses Lake operates out of 2 stations. They average 4,600 calls per year, but have 46 line staff, so it breaks out to 100 calls per FTE per year. So just comparing that with City of Sunnyside, it's a fairly drastic difference. Our folks are running, that's for sure. So, and kind of just planning for the future, big picture items. So capital needs, just as we kind of set the foundation now, so we know these are needs that are farther out, but we got to start somewhere, right? So one would be additional station or stations. This vastly improves response times, ability to house additional firefighters, and again, most importantly, it's going to be those quicker response times, which I won't get on the survey and ratings, but that vastly improves that as well. In addition, training center and grounds. I'll stop on that one because that's something we'll talk about. Sounds like next council meeting. Additional staffing. I talked about the calls per FTE. So the national average for full-time employees is 1.81 firefighters per 1,000. The city of Sunnyside is currently at 1.03 within the city limits. And if you count our overall trauma response area, it's actually 0.62 per 1,000. And then at the same point, we also, up to this me taking my position, I did not have a suppression apparatus replacement schedule. So suppression apparatus being fire engines, ladder trucks, so on and so forth. We've implemented a replacement schedule for ambulances, but fire engines and fire trucks are quite costly and things that we need to plan for well ahead of time before they're needed or due for replacement. So that is my portion on it. I'll turn it back over to you, Chase, unless anybody has any questions up to this point.
Questions for the fire chief? Thank you, sir. You may carry on.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for your time tonight. We're going to walk through a quick agenda here. We have our project scope and historical background. We'll then be looking through the existing service level forecast and then presenting a couple alternatives based on that existing level forecast. We'll give some items for consideration. So tonight we're just looking for feedback on kind of the topics that we'll be discussing tonight and then our next steps. We want to talk a little bit about the study approach. And so as Shivani has mentioned, and as Chief has mentioned, we've been working with the city for, I was looking just about a year tomorrow, I think. So we've been going through a large process, kind of through this technical analysis, these orange figures here. And so the first step was really data collection with this study. We're looking at a lot of financial data, historical revenues and expenditures, as well as your 2025 budget revenues and expenditures. We're looking at customer billing data, and we're also looking at your incident data to help us really develop this status quo scenario. And so looking at the overall cost to fund your EMS utility and then evaluate alternatives. And as we transition tonight, we'll be looking at that documentation and findings, educating the city council and the public, kind of the legal basis and the purpose behind the study, as well as, providing some context for the outcome of this study. As we look at the ambulance utility overview, it's really guided by RCW 3531-766, and this allows for the formation of the ambulance utility. It really provides a lot of context and general guidance for establishing rates. Two of the main things that we want to consider here is that capital costs are excluded from the rate. So when we're talking anything tonight, we're just talking about those ongoing operating and maintenance costs. And it also guides us that rates cannot exceed the cost to operate the utility. So it really gives us an upper bound on that monthly charge that we can apply for the availability of these services. We also have the Sunnyside Municipal Code, that's 704020. And that establishes the city's utility and kind of authorizes the setting of the rates to provide this service of the monthly availability to be able to respond to calls. As we look to the right here, kind of this graphic that we have as we have cost siloed in the general fund as expenses, as well as your EMS funds. What we're going to want to do tonight is look at those as a total cost basis because a lot of your firefighters perform EMS services and vice versa. And then we're going to look at those allocations to allocate those costs both to fire and to EMS. And when we're talking about funding those costs, the fire costs are funded through the general fund, and EMS is funded through a mix of both rates and general funds. And so we'll be talking mostly about the EMS side of things, but we want to just kind of show you that overall process of how we take the total cost basis and allocate it out between the two. FCS did the study for the city last in 2012. And so when we do a study, again, we want to kind of bring back some data points just to show a comparison between the two studies. And so we're looking at a 12-year difference here. And so city population, we've seen a slight bit of growth over that 12 years. When we look at the number of residential equivalents within the city, we actually see a little bit more growth, maybe indicating some more commercial customers, things like that. And then when we look at EMS specific calls for services, we were at about 1,500 calls per service in a year in 2012. And in 2024, we were about 3,400. So this is an increase of about 131%. One of the things that we've noted, and when we work with other clients, we see a lot of these kind of large increases with COVID, with specific kind of repeat calls from customers. This is not really unique to Sunnyside. We have just seen an explosion in kind of those calls for EMS services in the last 5 years, or in this case, 12 years. When we try to normalize that to calls per 1,000 population, you can see that those EMS calls have gone from about 92 to almost 210. And then when we look at your full-time employees, we've increased from 2012 at about 15 FTEs to up to 18 FTEs, indicating that our EMS calls per service per FTE, so just those EMS calls, has gone from about 100 calls in that 2012 study timeline to about 190. So almost a doubling of kind of those EMS calls per each FTE responding to those. As we move to the technical analysis, we'll kind of get deep into the numbers here. And so one of the first things we want to look at is your 2025 budgets and allocating those costs to fire and EMS. So we'll bring back that graphic and put some numbers to it. Based on your 2025 budget, we have general fund costs of about 1.33 million, and your EMS fund budget is about 4.1 million. Gives us a total cost basis to operate the fire and EMS side of things at $5.45 million. The next thing we do is we look at your budget line by line and allocate those costs between fire and EMS. We have fire specific costs that are found in your general fund budget. We also have EMS specific costs, which get allocated 100% to those respective cost pools. We have things like dispatch services, which we allocate between the fire and EMS based on the number of calls. And so I believe for incidences, about 12.6% of all incidences are related to fire, and the remaining are to EMS. And then a lot of your large ticket items here, your labor, benefits, general cost, we allocate that based on the amount of time that's spent responding to calls. And so that allocation is about 14% to fire and 86% to EMS. And these are numbers that we've pulled from your 2023 and 2024 city incident data. So we've taken a look at all of those incidents that have occurred within the city and within the responding area and made those allocations based on the amount of time spent. At the end, we come up with fire cost of about $800,000 and our EMS cost of $4.65 million, which you'll see on the next slide. On this next slide, we want to forecast based on your 2025 budget, the operating costs just for EMS moving forward. We apply various line item inflation to general costs, labor, and benefits using a variety of indices and assumptions. And we have about a 3.4% year-over-year increase. So you can see from 2025, that 4.65 million would be about 5.5 million in 2030. On the next slide, we're going to look at your offsetting revenues. And so before we look at anything related to monthly rates, we want to look at other revenue sources that the EMS has. The first one here being your transport rates. And so that's your black box on those stacked bar charts. This represents about $1.3 million in 2025 and is forecasted to increase as your incidents increase year over year. These are transport revenues are related to if you called for service and you had to transport, this would be an additional charge up and above that monthly rate. And so we want to forecast that revenue. We also have contracted revenues. In 2025, you can see that amount being about $500,000, and we have that decreasing in 2026. This is because we are only forecasting the hospital agreement $255,000 annually, and we are not including that Grandview agreement beyond 2025. And so based on discussions with the chief and based on the kind of service that we could provide, we didn't want to assume this revenue source moving forward for 2026 and beyond. The other revenue that we have here is the levy revenue at about $250,000 annually. We also assume that's increasing at 1%. That's kind of that yellow portion of the stacked bar chart. We have a very small miscellaneous revenue. So this could be various interest earnings, things like that. It's about $20,000. And then we are also excluding anything related to ground emergency medical transport revenues. Based on discussions with staff, those monies, if available, would go towards capital projects. The remaining is recoverable through rates. And so to fund the rest of the EMS, we're going to be looking at kind of that $2.59 million in 2025, up to that $3.4 million in 2030, and how we're going to recover that through rates. On the next slide, we're going to look at your customer base. And so when we're looking at those costs and how we could spread those over your customers, we want to look based on your 2025 billing information, kind of how many customers you have that you can bill those costs across. And so we've broken it out by your customer classes. You can see that a large majority here, just under 5,000 of your 65 total billable units are related to residential. And then you have your commercial, hotel, and nursing home. Based on forecasts, we have these increasing at about 1% per year, ranging from 0.8 to 1.2%. And so by 2030, we would have a residential billing equivalent unit of about 6,900 customers. On the next slide, so from 2 slides ago, we take the number that can be recovered through rates and then divide it by your total number of billable units and come up with a monthly rate to charge. And so this represents the full cost that we can recover. And so as we're thinking about this, we can only charge up to the cost that the EMS utility bears. And so looking at our maximum full cost recovery in 2025, that calculated rate would be $32.82. In 2026, that would increase to $37.13, and so that about $4.50 jump would be really related to that decrease in assumed Grandview revenue. And then from 2026 through 2030, those are fairly inflationary level increases. One thing to note is that the city's current rate is 19% monthly per billable unit. And so that $19 represents about 58% of the maximum allowable rate that can be charged. It's assumed that in 2025, the remaining is to be covered through general fund support. So as we look at this information, we wanted to give a couple of different scenario options. And so our first one is looking at maintaining that 58% cost recovery as we forecasted in 2025. The second scenario will be looking at the way that the city currently budgets between the general fund budgets and the EMS fund budgets, and using that as kind of a subsidy marker. And then our scenario 3 is really looking at this bookend. If we wanted to charge for that full cost, you know, what is that maximum rate that we could charge to our customers? So scenario 1 here, we're looking at your monthly rates in those green bars. And so if we were to maintain that 58% cost of the maximum rates, would be about $21.50 in 2026, up to $23.90 by 2030. That remaining portion in the gray is the amount of the monthly rate that would be funded by the general fund. And so that's about $15.64 in 2026, up to $17.39. Looking at that on an annual basis, that's about $1.2 million subsidized by the general fund in 2026, up to $1.44 million in 2030. And on the next slide, we'll look at on the right here. And so this is our same graphic that we've used before. And this is using our 2026 forecast of the general fund budget and the EMS fund budget based on our escalation factors to get us a total cost of fire and EMS services at about $5.68 million. And then our fire cost of $830,000 and our EMS cost of $485,000. What we're really focusing on here is the difference between our general fund budget and our fire cost budget. The difference between that 1.38 and that 0.83 is about $546,000 in 2026. So scenario 2 is going to use that assumption as the general fund subsidy, and you can see that growing with inflation through 2030. And then if we look at the graphic on the left, that's going to equate to about $6.88 in 2026, subsidized for those ratepayers. That would then increase to $7.64 in 2030. So that customer's responsibility for paying the rest of the EMS costs is $30.26 in 2026. Up to $33.65 in 2030. And then scenario 3, just to provide as a bookend, a lot of communities, I don't know if we work with any communities that actually do 100% support it through rates, but just wanting to show this upper bound. This would be $0 subsidized by the general fund, putting all the burden on the ratepayers, and that would be a $37.13 for 2026, up to $41.29 in 2030. We go to the next slide here. We have our recap and discussion, and so wanting to just bring back a couple key numbers for you tonight, just as there were a lot of numbers thrown in there for you. And so looking at each scenario, we have your 2026 rates ranging from $21.50 for scenario 1 up to $37.13 for scenario 3. The percent of your maximum rate that's recovered in scenario 1, we're sticking with kind of that 2025 figure at 58%. Scenario 2 is just over that 80% at 81%. And scenario 3 would be that full cost recovery at 100%. Another metric that we want to bring in here is the total EMS cost recovery. So this doesn't just look at the monthly rates. It also looks at your transport rates, your hospital agreement, your miscellaneous revenues, your levy revenues, to give you kind of that total breakdown of if we look at all of our EMS costs, how much are we going to recover via other revenues and not through the general fund. In scenario 1, that's 74%. In scenario 2, it's just under 90%. And then scenario 3 would be that 100%. So wanting to bring these to you for discussion, questions, anything like that. And then for future discussion, talking about additional staffing needs, training needs, looking at apparatus replacement funding, and start talking about how the city will fund those future needs. And so with that, kind of next steps, just for council discussion, feedback on, preferred, if there's something in between, and just kind of discuss from here as we're not making a decision tonight. And
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Chief,
thank
you
you.
have something you want to add to that, or?
Nothing to add, but of course, open for questions and provide any elaboration or anything that I can.
All right, council, questions or comments for any of our presenters here, including our chief? Deputy Mayor.
In 2012, when the call volume was down, were we responding to outside city limits? We were?
We were correct.
Okay. And remind me again why Sunnyside responds to outside city limits?
Because we're assigned what's called a trauma region through the Department of Health. And so that's our obligation, obligatory. Am I saying that right? Obligatory. Thank you.
Obligatory.
Response area at this time. And has been since we became an ambulance service as well in 1993, 95.
Do they pay into the revenue?
Through the levy.
Through the levy?
Through the
which
EMS
is
levy.
What, 200?
This last levy for the year, we were about 265,000.
So
Excuse me?
clarify this for me, Chief. Do city residents don't pay for ambulance usage, but people who live outside of city limits do get a bill? Is that correct?
So that is yes and no. So currently, the city taxpayers, the city individual pay utility tax get a decreased ambulance rate. But if you guys recall from our conversation a few meetings back with Monica, was our intent as we reevaluate rates and reevaluate utility billing, our intent is there for not to be a cost to City of Sunnyside residents. So their insurance would be billed. Anything above and beyond that there would be no cost to the citizens.
Would that be at the 100% recovery?
Regardless of
Regardless
of what route the council chooses to go, that is our intent, is to do that. So, and to piggyback on what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, is however, individuals outside of the city limits would incur a transport bill.
And
Councilman Hancock.
why did we jump from a rate recovery of 58% up to 81%?
So if you don't mind, I'll have FCS explain that a little bit better. Chase, did you hear that question, or Shivani?
Yeah, so if we could go back into the presentation real quick.
I just want to make sure your question gets answered in its entirety.
Yep. And so if we go to slide 15, that should be scenario 1. So this is looking at if you scenario 1 is at that 58% cost recovery level, right? And so this is, we have this maximum rate that we can charge, and we're going to charge 58% of it. This is that first scenario. And so that's that $1.2 million in general fund subsidy in 2026 up to 1.44. If we go to scenario 2, we're going to kind of come at this rate scenario a little bit backwards. And so we're going to say our general fund budget, we're going to assume is about $1.38 million. And we know that we have fire cost of $830,000. And so the general fund is actually contributing more than their fair share for fire cost. And so we're going to say that that amount is going to be the general fund subsidy under this scenario of $546,000 in 2026 up to that $633,000. When we equate that back into the monthly rate per customer, that's on the left, that's $6.88. Taking that full maximum rate that we established a few slides back, that would mean that the customer would be paying that $30.26. And so I guess these are two separate scenarios that we would be looking at, just based on the trade-off between the monthly rate that the customer pays and the amount that the general fund subsidizes.
Just my thought is that is a big jump for this year's rate increase from.
Correct. So, and to kind of paraphrase what Chase is saying, the difference between that 58 and 83 is what we're collecting revenue versus our actual costs.
Okay.
And so the 83% of our overall, that is what's what is EMS is costing, but the rate is encompassing 58%.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, further questions? All right, well, this is a lot for us to absorb, a lot of information, and yeah, nobody wants to see rate increases, but we also don't want to bankrupt our ambulance fund. So we
don't
do
want
have to think
bankrupt
about.
our citizens either.
Yeah, we don't want to bankrupt our citizens either. That's the
Right.
thing that we have to keep very much in mind is we are not a high-income community, generally speaking. And so we need to be very mindful of the impact that this is going to have on the community, on their monthly utility bill. So we thank you for the work that you all have done on that. And yeah, this was discussion, this was receiving information, and that was a lot of information.
Great.
So thank you for that.
Yes, and I hope that this gave you some bookends. You know, you can go anywhere kind of in between those two. So these are three that we brought to you tonight. If there's other for consideration, these aren't the only three that make the world work. So we understand that there's many different needs.
Yes, Councilor Hart.
Yeah, I'm just curious, if those three scenarios, and maybe that's part of the slide, is there a possibility of getting a copy of that?
Absolutely. We have
Do we have copies of it
is the
already that
PDF part of the packet, Jackie?
It's in the packet.
Yeah, it's in the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't see it there. Would you please? That would be great.
Chief, I'd be more
Appreciate it.
comfortable looking at something, my own personal thoughts, an increase, but closer to the 70, not the 83% or somewhere in there.
Absolutely. And just to kind of reiterate what Chase is saying is these are kind of one extreme to the other.
Yeah.
These are not the only options we have. That
Okay.
there's very much that option to go somewhere in the middle. And that's kind of what Chase was alluding to there is we're not held to, these are the only three options we have. These are just kind of the one end to the other.
Because unfortunately, water, sewer, and garbage are going to go up too. And then if you add $10 onto the ambulance fee, that's going to be very hard for some people.
Correct.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay, good.
All right. Thank you. And those are good observations. And again, it's, those increases are felt very much by the residents. And so we need to be mindful of that. So yeah, we can slide up and down that scale anywhere we decide as council, but we do need to be mindful of who's going to feel the pain there.
Correct. And again, just to reiterate, the intent as we're working with Monica and getting a lot of these things built up is that while yes, there's the possibility of an increase there, our hope is that in the bigger picture, we're cutting that back by minimizing or alleviating those transport fees that would go to the citizens that are paying into that.
All right. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, item D, Fernandez versus Sunnyside Settlement Agreement. Authorize the interim city manager to enter into a proposed settlement agreement pertaining to the Fernandez versus Sunnyside case. Mr. City Manager.
There you go. Get this in order, Julia.
Open.
I'm going to turn us over to, excuse me. Turn us over to Ms. Norton.
Hello, welcome, Ms. Norton.
Hello, sorry, I just took my earbuds out for a second. Oh, can you hear me?
We
Yes,
can,
we hear
yes.
Okay, sorry, it was saying I was still muted. Is there a question for me or is this?
No,
this-
introduce the item, talk about the item, the Fernandez versus Sunnyside.
Okay, so this is, as you may be aware, Ms. Fernandez filed a First Amendment suit against the city of Sunnyside related to the comments or incident that occurred at a meeting in June of this year. We've reached a resolution, or actually, your insurance pool has reached a resolution with Ms. Fernandez. This is the agreement that would effectuate that, with the payment of insurance funds to cover her attorney's fees, and then the other terms of agreement that we've reached, which includes amending the policy that'll come up in the future, amending that policy and then issuing the apology immediately following.
All right, council questions for Ms. Norton. Ms. Frausto.
Can we clarify and put on record why this suit was filed by Ms. Fernandez against the city?
It was filed based on an incident, the being asked to stop her comment in following a city rule that contained some unconstitutional language that limited free speech. So she filed a lawsuit claiming that her First Amendment right to free speech was violated by implementing this council rule.
Okay, Counselor Hancock?
Julie, was there an attempt to contact the city just to ask us to change our rule?
There was an attempt at first, but it wasn't like an actual formal notice of claim. So there was really no response needed or required. We didn't get much opportunity to really engage, and then the suit was filed. So insurance has handled it, and
Okay, further
this is where we're
questions?
at.
Ms. Vasquez?
Yeah, so can I get the meeting date when this took place?
I can tell you that. That's
Okay.
June 2.
June 2?
Mm-hmm.
Further questions? Hearing none, what is the desire of council on this item?
Authorize the interim city manager to enter into a proposed settlement. Let me see here, whatever that extra word is there, in the Fernandez versus Sunnyside case.
Okay, we have a motion. Without a second, the motion dies.
Oh, I second.
All right, motion by Counselor Hart, second by Counselor Frost. So thank you, Counselor Hart, for reading the motion into the record. Is there debate on this item? Ms. Ripley?
With Ms. Frosto working for Aya, is that a conflict?
Ms. Norton, is there a conflict there?
It's as long as she's not financially benefited in it, it's and not it's not a legal conflict of interest. It's not a great look, but it's not a legal conflict of interest if you're just an employee there.
Okay.
Perception isn't governed by the law.
And that's correct. That's accurate.
Thank you, Julie.
Further question, further debate on this item?
So what were the remedies? It was changing the
It was
procedures.
changing rules and procedures, an apology being read into the record, which will happen after the vote, and then also a payment of legal fees of, I believe it was $35,000.
Which, to be clear, you really, I'm sure she hasn't spent that much, but that was what the
Correct.
negotiated amount was. And if this were to go to court, you know, either side would easily spend more. This is insurance saying they're authorized to pay it. So, and she has already signed this agreement. So your approval would be what ends this.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Then down the vote, Counselor Hancock,
No.
Counselor Ripley,
Abstain.
Counselor Frausto,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Abstain.
Counselor Hart,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
No.
And I'm gonna vote yes, 3-5, yes, have it. I'm sorry, 3-5, 3-2. The motion passes. To that end, I have been asked to read a prepared apology to Ms. Fernandez and to Aya Adelante, which I will now do. Read that into the record. Dear Maria Fernandez and Aya Adelante, we would like to apologize for the events that occurred during June 2nd, 2025, public comment period. We acknowledge we did not allow you, Ms. Fernandez, speaking on behalf of yourself and Aya Adelante, to finish your remarks and instead force you to step down from the podium before your time was up. This action violated your First Amendment rights, and we further acknowledge that you were interrupted by members of the public during your remarks and that those members of the public were not admonished for violating the Sunnyside City Council Rules of Procedure 8.2, which is intended to prohibit such interruptions. For that, we apologize. We now understand that Sunnyside City, I'm going to read the alphabet here, so SCCRP 8.3 was written to include language that was found to be unconstitutional and allowed a speaker to be silenced based on the content of their speech alone. To fix this and to ensure this does not happen to other residents of Sunnyside, we will amend SCCRP 8.3 to comply with the law. Signature, or sincerely, myself and the city of Sunnyside. Okay. Next item.
Mayor, I would just like to put on record that apology was to Ms. Fernandez and Aya Adelante. And yes, Ms. Frausto does work for Aya Adelante. And I just want that on the record.
Okay, so noted.
Neither is benefiting monetarily.
Okay, we're not going to go down this rabbit hole. I think it's really easy to get into an argument on this one. This was an agreement between the attorneys.
And it was an infringement of somebody's constitutional right to freedom of speech.
I didn't say.
Counselors, both of you, please.
We were sworn in to uphold the Constitution and the Constitution of the state of Washington. So that it is your due diligence to make sure that that's happening to every city member.
I wasn't
Counselor
arguing
Hancock.
that.
Counselors.
I was not arguing that. What I said was.
Both of you are out of order. Counselor Hancock,
Point of order.
both of you are out of order. Your point is taken. And this was agreed, and this is the settlement that was agreed on, and we will comply with that. So item H, setting a public hearing date for proposed vacating a portion of unimproved right-of-way on West Edison Avenue. Approve a resolution to set a public hearing date to reconsider the proposed vacating of a portion of unimproved right-of-way in the 200 block of West Edison Avenue. Mr. City Manager.
I will turn this over to Deputy Director Hector Mejia.
Mr. Mejia.
Hello. Yes, so this resolution is to set a date for the public hearing for the unimproved right-of-way block on the block of 300 block of West Edison. Blue Mountain Estates Venture LLC is having a project there, and they would like to use that as a right-of-way for themselves, with us to keep an easement. So with the city's direction, you guys would set a date for us. That way we can get it publicized to the newspaper and to the property. There is the section right there. If you would please look up to the monitors, and it's on your guys' documents also.
All right, council questions or comments for Mr. Mejia, Deputy Mayor?
So are they trying just to get access to there? So there's gonna be more traffic, I assume, for the neighbors around there?
Yes, there will be more traffic, and yes, they are trying to, there's a vacant lot behind there that they're trying to develop.
Okay.
All right, further questions? Hearing none. Well, we're looking for a date. Are you suggesting a date, Mr. Mejia?
My suggestion would be December 8th. Talking to Mr. Calhoun and Mrs. Norton, as long as we can have it out there for a week, then we are able to move forward. Blue Mountain has petitioned this since, I believe, August. So, and we've had an amount set for that piece of property. I have it on, right here, excuse me. $5,758.75. And that would be 85 cents per square foot. And the square footage is 6,775.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Is this delaying the project? Like, do we need to act?
It is.
Yeah.
They've been asking for quite a while.
Okay.
So yes, if we can get it passed, that would be great, because they've been very, very patient. Obviously with everything that has been going on, they've been very patient with us, and I would like to resolve this for them. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody?
I was kind of leaning towards December 8th as well, but
I think
looking
that's,
for feedback from council on this.
seems like in lieu of the fact, I'm sorry.
You go right ahead, Counselor.
in lieu of the fact that it's been taking quite a little while to get to the annexation portion, I agree that the public hearing should be held on December 8th. We should just get her done. Let the project move forward.
Councilor Vasquez, you agree? All right, so we have said we're approving a resolution setting a date, so we're setting the date for December 8th of 25.
I'll just so move.
All right. Motion by Councilor Hart, second by Deputy Mayor, to set the date of December 8th, 2025, to consider for a public hearing to consider proposing vacating a portion of unimproved right-of-way on the 200 block of West Edison Avenue. Is there debate on this item? Hearing none. Councilor Hancock,
Yes.
Councilor Ripley,
Yes.
Councilor Fausto,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Hart,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
I do vote yes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item I, Pacific Core Franchise Agreement Renewal. Adopt an ordinance to renew the Pacific Core Franchise Agreement. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you. So this is basically a 20-year agreement we have with Pacific Corp. This one has expired or is getting ready to expire. I reviewed this along with legal counsel, Ms. Norton, and there was one minor change from the previous agreement, and that really has to do with notification of time during the annexation process. We felt it was in our favor to not be responsible for notifying them as fast as they wanted to be. You know, we needed time to make sure that we got the information to them, and there was a time limit that was pretty short and narrow for us. So we asked for a more lenient time extension on this. So this is a general agreement. This is prepared by PG&E, been reviewed by Ms. Norton. And with that, I can try to answer any questions.
Council questions for the City Manager, Ms. Norton. Deputy Mayor.
What exactly is this? I mean, a franchise agreement?
So a franchise agreement is they're the power company in the city, right? They provide power. Which gives them rights to our right of way to install their facilities, or as new subdivisions come in, that they have exclusive utility easements on those annexation agreements. Excuse me, if we're in a street project, for example, and there's power poles down the middle of the road and we do on the side of the road, but we need to expand it, but they are in the right of way, then we pick up the phone, we say, hey, you need to move your poles, or in our right of way. It's that type of agreement, right? They can come in and install new utility services to new homes and new businesses. They can tear up our asphalt. They can hang on the power poles. They have to repair things as well. But that's what this agreement is. That's a franchise agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if I can just add, it's just a general right to use the city's right of ways. And you give these to like utility companies, electric companies, things of that nature. So you don't have to do individual easements every time they want to run a line. It's just generally understood through these agreements that they're going to comply anywhere that they decide to operate within our right of ways.
Gotcha.
All right. Further questions, Ms. Hart?
And we have several franchises with different organizations like Spectrum, cable companies. So this is very much the same, correct? Thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none, what's the desire of council on this item?
Move to adopt the ordinance to renew the Pacific Core franchise agreement.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Councilor Hart, second by Deputy Mayor. Is there debate on this item? Hearing none. Councilor Fausto,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Ripley,
Yes.
Councilor Hancock,
Yes.
Councilor Hart,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
I do vote yes, motion passes.
Okay.
All right, item J, council rules of procedure discussion. The rule, yes.
Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Do we, is there an SMC that says we can't go beyond 3 hours? Do we need a motion then to?
We will, thank you. I was not noting the time.
It is 9:00, 9:02.
We are, according to that clock, it's a little bit different, but yeah, you're right. It is time for council. We need to discuss. We do have an SMC that says if we're going to continue past 3 hour limit, we have to have a motion and that be approved by council.
I move to extend the meeting.
Okay.
Second.
do, can,
Okay, so we've got a motion to extend the meeting to accommodate the agenda, and we have a second. Is there debate on this item or comments? Counselor Hart?
I was just thinking, we want to extend it for an hour or 45 minutes?
I say just as long as it takes to finish.
Yeah,
Okay.
it
Okay.
was an open-ended.
It was
motion,
open-ended.
so-
I was just wondering if there was a time
Okay.
limit, but that's fine. Thank you.
For the debate? All right, I'm just gonna do this with a vocal vote instead of going down the line. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. I too vote aye. Motion passes. All right.
Don't ask staff. They
No,
might have a
didn't
different
ask staff.
answer.
I know what they would prefer.
Listen, and we took some things off too, so yeah.
Yes, all right. Anyway, the Rules Committee met last Friday and we discussed a number of things. The big item was the change to our rules of procedures. Mr. Galvan, our deputy mayor, had noticed that there were some areas a year ago already that needed some changes and he had begun some work on that. We talked about some of these changes a little earlier this year. It was pushed forward by the recent legal settlement that we just discussed earlier, that some of these rules of procedure that have been in our council rules of procedure for some time are not in agreement with First Amendment rights. The Ninth Circuit Court did rule on that for another city, which is why we felt that it was important that we make these changes as well. And so we have met and there are some proposed changes. Those changes were sent out to council. You had an opportunity to read them. And so since Deputy Mayor has done the lion's share of the work on this one, I'm going to let him lead the discussion on this. And
You were gonna do that.
well, you did a lot of work and I just want to make sure that people know that you did a lot of this work. And
There was one that I did forget to add, and thank you, Counselor Frostel, for reminding me with the timeliness and meeting punctuality. So I'm gonna pass this out.
you- Okay.
So I guess if we want to start with that one, again, the conversation started a few months ago, the timeliness and the meeting punctuality. Council members are expected to arrive on time and prepare for all city council meetings. Punctuality is a matter of professionalism, professional responsibility, and reflects the council's commitment to conduct public business effectively and respectfully. The presiding officer may begin meetings at the scheduled time regardless of the individual member arrival. Repeated or unexcused tardiness may be subject to public discussion by the council and may be addressed formally by the mayor or council as a matter of professional standards. While the council does not discipline its members, ongoing issues with timeliness may be noted in the public record and addressed through council discussions consistent with expectations of mutual respect and professional conduct. Any questions on that one?
Questions or comments here? Ms. Hancock?
My comment is I really like this. I think it disrupts when someone comes in late. I think we expect our employees to be here, and if we're expecting our employees to be here and ready on time, then it is incumbent upon council to be here in their seats and ready to go when it is council's time to start.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Ripley?
It's a bad example for the kids that are watching. We need to be on time.
Ms. Vasquez?
And so this 2.3.1, this will be added on then?
Yeah.
This is proposed.
Proposed.
Yeah.
Post. And this was brought up by you, George?
This was actually brought up several months ago. I don't remember who brought it up, but it was part of the notes of our discussion from earlier this year. So it wasn't, it was there for us to talk about on Friday, but it was from earlier.
Okay, I agree. I agree with moving forward with this.
Okay. I do want to remind council though, too, that all of us have other lives as well outside of this room. And so sometimes life events have a way of getting in the way. So sometimes all of us will have something that interferes with getting in here on time, but it should not be the norm. We should endeavor at all times to be here as punctually as we possibly can, but also understanding that sometimes things get in the way. So, and I saw a hand up, Councilor Fausto.
I don't see language in here about communicating with the chair if one is going to be late or tardy or I guess tardy. So could we add that language? If someone has communicated with the chair, then that's excusable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that the business of a punishment by the council for tardiness and or unexcused tardiness, as the mayor said, different things occur that sometimes hold you up, whether you start out, you know, an hour ahead or a half an hour ahead, and things still can happen. You know, I had one time I was late to a meeting because my water tank blew. It just water everywhere and I couldn't find the turnoff valve, made me late to council meetings. So stuff like that can happen. So disciplining, I think, is a little bit overstated.
I think that we're pretty fair about when we excuse absences and what we expect out of council members. I think we all know they all have lives. I think this is not to the odd person who's late or calls in and says, I'm going to be late. It says repeated. So I think this is aimed at repeated unexcused tardiness.
Yes, and I understand who that's directed to.
And how do you know that?
Okay, stop. This is not a discussion. Please direct your comments to the chair. Councilor Frausto.
Question, I think accommodations are really important. I think that staff is accommodated and has to be accommodated by law if there is a physical disability, if there is an invisible disability that they're dealing with. So I think that there should be language in here if this has been pre-accommodated and people are bound to be late because of whatever reason, especially if it's health issues, then that language should also be included in here because by state law, we are mandated to accommodate others. And I think council members should also be included in that. And I don't think that most people have been fair about excusing absences. I have actually asked for excused absences, and I know that some council members haven't actually excused them, even though I go through the proper protocol and processes to ask for my absences to be excused. So just wanted to respond with that.
You, Deputy Mayor.
So I know that in the Rules Committee, we also had the conversation of maybe turning too tardiness into an unexcused, and that's the reason I didn't add that language on here. Just it might be a little bit too harsh, but yeah, just want to say that.
I think, in my opinion, you struck a good medium there, and I do like the line that says, while council does not discipline its members. You know, it's one thing to say something, says, you know, we'd like you to be more punctual, but then to discipline them, I don't think we have an avenue to do that. So I think that's.
And could it,
Counselor.
and I know that I am frequently a minute or two, maybe 5 minutes late to a council meeting. Well, I understand that, but I know that this is directed towards me. So I just want to say, you know, that you, as a counselor mentioned here a minute ago, there are reasons why I have a handicap sticker in my car. There are reasons why it takes me twice as long to get from and I make.
Counselor, please direct your comments to the chair.
I make the effort to get here on time because I can't move as fast as I did when I was, you know, 60 years old. I really do make the accommodations, but things happen. And you know, but if I text and I call, then I'm going to be later. I mean, you know, I can't. Well, whatever.
I think Counselor too, you keep in mind with one exception, we have excuse. I think there was one instance where council did not give you an excuse tardy, but in every other instance you have been excused or just noted that you're there. So I think council has been fairly
except
gracious.
that they haven't. They haven't been gracious
Council as a
about it.
whole has been fairly
I would
gracious.
say as a whole, but not all, because I came in 1 minute late and I got chastised about it in public. Just, oh, she should get an unexcused tardy. And it's like, come on a minute.
Okay. Okay.
Anyways, I just feel like.
Counselor Ripley.
Point of
Counselor
order.
Ripley, you had your hand up?
Yeah. You know, if you think of it, if every one of us came in late, if every one of us didn't think that we have to be here at 6 o'clock, then what would council be?
I think it's enough to say that we're expected to arrive on time.
And I've asked you to.
And
Okay, again, let's direct our comments to the chair. This is not a discussion between us here. Counselor Frausto.
I think I would approve this if we add the language that someone else said something, but then I also said about the accommodations. Oh, and the communication piece. And I think generally speaking, it's not a bad idea to hold this in the rules and procedures. But I do think there's going to be specific instances that we're going to have to consider for why someone is not here or someone's late.
And I'm going to agree with that. And I also think that we do have to be willing to extend a little bit of grace to individuals as well. So this is not the only area that we covered in this meeting. So I don't know, George, if you want to move on to the next. Because this is going to spin into a really bad conversation if we don't move on.
So the next one, I kind of stole it from the school board where we split the I guess the comment period. The first one would be pertaining to active items, active agenda items. And then the second one would be at the end of the meeting where they could address the council with unrelated to the current meetings, the current agenda. So that's the next, I guess, step that I'm proposing to add. Do you have any questions on that one?
Council, questions or comments on that item? It is a change up in how we do our meetings because the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting would be limited to only items that we're going to be discussing on the agenda and allow the public to comment on the items that they see on the agenda. At the end of the meeting, there would be another public comment section where people get up and talk about whatever is on their mind, whether it's the failure of the dog catcher or whatever happens. So
going on to the next one, I did have some feedback from Julie. She provided me a version. So I am gonna fix this and send it out to all of you guys tomorrow. The next one would be 8.1.3, speaker identification. All individuals wishing to address the council must state their name and city of residence for the official record. The primary purpose of public comment is to allow Sunnyside residents, property owners, and local business representatives an opportunity to provide input on city matters. So the next section, the non-residents, that is going to be crossed off and not suggested. So I'll fix that. Time limit, it stays the same, 3 minutes, unless otherwise suggested by the chair due to time constraints. All remarks shall be directed to the council as a body. Speaker shall not address individual. Well, this is where we got kind of stuck. So it says speaker shall not address individual council members or staff. Questions must be directed through the chair. And then Julie added, the chair may limit or defer public comments as needed to ensure adequate time for the council to complete its business. And Councilor Foster, this is one that you had raised some concerns. I don't have a problem removing council members. Councilor Foster said, if she was okay with the public addressing council members by name. Is that correct? And I'm fine with that if you guys are.
I don't have a problem with that. I do have a huge problem with addressing or pointing out staff members by name. I mean, if they can say that I have a problem with X department or an employee in another department, but I do not like them calling out staff by name. It's just a bad look all the way around. But as council members, I think I tend to agree with Councilor Frausto on this one, where we as councilors have campaigned for this position and we asked for this job and we asked to be up here to represent the community. And there are times when the community feels like we're doing a wonderful job, and we're sure happy to get those compliments. But at the same time, sometimes they feel like we're doing an awful job. And we'd better be braced to get those criticisms as well.
Yeah.
Counselor Hart.
One of the things that, and it happened again tonight, you know, within the Robert's Rules of Order, inappropriate remarks, and I think this is somewhat we're talking about here, is that members of the public and or to us, you know, inflammatory languages should not be allowed. That should be, you know, not allowed. There's a point of order, just not allowed. Members may not criticize past action of a group during a meeting with a couple of exceptions. But but the most part, and we've seen it so much this past year, passing the blame, passing the buck. And I think that we really need to, in this somewhere, need to be able to say, please, when you, during your 3 minutes, do not, you know, you criticize past actions. You criticize the actions that are being taken now.
Council, I think that sheet that you're looking at, I think that's for council members not to criticize.
Yes, I
Not
think
so
so
much on
too,
the
but we
public
do
comment.
that all the time and we shouldn't do it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I just want to add though, if you're considering something of that nature, that would be a content-based restriction on speech. And so I wouldn't propose putting anything like that on a limitation for public comment.
Yeah.
The public can say whatever they want
Okay, but not
about
public
whatever they
comment, but
want.
certainly the council should not be doing
Yeah,
that.
yeah, the council has their own rules of decorum. This is aimed at your, you know, what is acceptable public comment.
Okay.
Right,
I
Julie, but
understand
that also applies, doesn't it, to council has the same First Amendment rights.
Julie, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. It's just it's a little bit, you know, council's also held to certain standards when you're discussing with you've adopted your own rules of procedure to govern how you interact with each other on the dais. So it's a little bit different. You know, yes, as a member of the public, you have a First Amendment right. When you're part of this body, you have agreed to behave under certain rules and regulations. So, you know, yeah, technically you still have a First Amendment right, but I think you've agreed to, when you're in this capacity, to engage in a certain manner. And I think that's acceptable too.
You're right about this.
Okay, so going on to the next one, 8.1.5, public hearing exceptions. So nothing in this section shall limit the public input during formal public hearings required by law or designated on the agenda. Procedures for public hearings shall remain governed by applicable statutes and council rules. The next one is a new one, 8.1.6, remote public comment via Zoom. So it reads, the city council allows members of the public to participate in meetings and provide public comment via Zoom in accordance with the procedures outlined in the section. Section 8. Zoom participants must follow all rules that apply to in-person speakers, including time limits, subject matter limitations, and rules of decorum. Section B. Participants must state their full name and city of residence prior to speaking. Section C, the city clerk, with or without the direction of the chair, is authorized to mute any Zoom speakers who exceed their time limit or violates decorum. Any questions so far? Section D, I'm gonna read it how I suggested it, but maybe Julie can comment. She did send back some feedback on that. Section D, if a Zoom participant displays or shares inappropriate, offensive, or disruptive content, including but not limited to obscene imagery, hate, symbols, threats, or any content violating law, they may be immediately removed from the meeting by the city clerk or designee. You have sent back some comments on that, Julia?
Yeah, my concern was when you use the terms inappropriate or offensive, this is where we almost crossed the line a little bit with the policy 8.3. That becomes a content regulation on speech. So I'd like to work with you a little on phrasing this to where it's, if a Zoom participant violates the rules of in-person speaking or violates the rules that you've adopted in 8.3 regarding the, creates a disruption or does, I think we could say something inappropriate there. But we just need to be a little bit more careful that we're not regulating content. But
Okay.
then I agree with the remainder that they can be removed from the meeting.
Okay. And then going on section E, participants must remain muted unless recognized to speak. Disruptions may result in removal. The city is not responsible for technical issues affecting individual participants. If such issues prevent a speaker from completing their comment, they may submit written remarks for inclusion in the record. Section G, remote comment is provided as a courtesy. Nothing in this section guarantees access or participation via Zoom when circumstances do not allow it. Any questions? So going on, section 8.3, that's just the updated version that we discussed.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of lost here on the 8.3. Is that the
That's
one?
the one that
Comment.
they send us, yeah, remarks, disruptive conduct remarks.
Okay.
Okay. Section 9.4.1, requests for information related to agenda items. Council members seeking additional information or documents related to items on the upcoming council agenda must submit the request via email to the city manager no later than Monday at 12 noon prior to the council meeting. The mayor and deputy mayor must be copied on such request. Goes on to say the city manager will coordinate with staff to respond and distribute the information, the requested information to the full council at the city council meeting. Section B, if additional questions arise during the meeting or if staff requires more time to respond, the city manager or designee shall follow up with the requesting council member within 48 hours, either by providing the information or communicating a revised timeframe for delivery. Any questions?
I think I lost that one completely. Deputy Mayor. I think oh, good. If you wouldn't mind, I'm kind of having trouble with that.
And council, we're not voting on this tonight either. This is something that I want us to consider and look at and make suggestions. We are certainly open to suggestions. Council has a lot of feedback in this because this is governing us. It is not mandated by the Rules Committee. This is a council decision, so.
Okay.
Next section, 9.4.2, pulling agenda items due to insufficient information. If a council member believes that significant information has not been provided on the scheduled agenda item, the member may move to pull the item from consideration. This motion must be seconded and approved by majority vote of council members present. Items pulled shall be rescheduled for a future agenda based on council direction or staff readiness. And that's kind of something that we did today anyways, but just to have something in writing. Next one, requests for information unrelated to agenda items. Council members seeking information or documents not tied to any item scheduled for council meeting must submit such requests by email only to the city manager with the mayor and deputy mayor copied or CC'd. City manager will determine how to fulfill the request and shall respond within 5 business days. If more time is required, the city manager must notify the requesting council member no later than the 5th business day and provide an updated response timeline.
Okay, Councilor Vasquez.
So that's the second time you say that with mayor and deputy mayor CC'd. What's the reasoning like behind that?
I guess just so we could touch bases to make sure we get some information. But I get, when they reply back, they should be replying to all the council because like Councilor Hancock has said before, you know, if one member knows, then we should all know it.
And I guess it's also an opportunity for a council member, if they're asking for that information and they include the mayor and the deputy mayor, then they've got verification from other council members that that information has been requested. Because we've had it before where a manager has not been interested in responding to that email. Now the manager is held accountable because the mayor and the deputy mayor both know that that information has been requested. And if we don't see a response within the designated period of time, then both the mayor and the deputy mayor can question the manager.
Well,
Yeah.
Councilor Vasquez?
so yeah, I hear that, but at the end of the day, right, going back to if council asks something, the response should be forwarded to all of council.
Yes.
That's kind of just like an extra step that I'm kind of saying like, well, either way, even if like I wanted to ask the city manager something, he's just gonna forward all of council anyways, and then they'd have access to see my question.
Well,
Right. I just want to make sure that, and I think this is what the deputy mayor is saying here too, is just make sure that if a council member has a question for the manager, that that is followed up. And so there's at least two people there who are going to say, hey, did you see Ms. Vasquez's question? I haven't seen an answer to it yet. So
Okay.
Councilor Hancock?
I'm agreeing with Karen here because I think if I wanted to send an email to the city manager, I should be able to do that on my own. If it's a council request, hopefully we have a city manager that wants to include all of council, that we don't have, say a mayor, not you, Dean, but a mayor that wants to interfere with a council member asking questions. I don't think I would have to go through the mayor to ask the city manager a question.
Okay. Councilor Vasquez?
Instead of saying like the wording mayor or and deputy mayor, could we do something like must CC either the mayor, deputy mayor, or one fellow council member?
Okay, I see what you mean.
Okay. Councilor Hart?
I think it's just a matter of, we've been talking a little bit about protocol and making sure that everybody knows, the business of transparency. But I really think that CCing things to the mayor and the deputy mayor, when that request isn't responded to, then perhaps all the council needs to know that this has been an issue, this issue comes up, and then that should be sent out to all of the council members. Maybe the answer sent out to all the council members and see if they have something that they might want to.
Right. Well, council has always has
I mean,
always
you think
wanted
you've had
the
that.
manager to send the response to all of council.
Yeah, there's never been any pushback. with that.
Yeah.
This is just putting that part in writing.
I think that's a good idea.
But when there's a question to include the manager or the mayor and the deputy mayor, that's something that's new, but it's just to try to mitigate some of the stuff that's happened over the course of this past year.
I think so. I think the wording is good there, personally.
And what I'm hearing is just kind of like a lot of speculation, like if, or like what if, and I don't think we should just be adding rules to council members. I feel like there's already a lot that we need to follow, and to just kind of add an extra thing, I don't see the need for that.
Okay.
But I think
Go ahead.
policy should always be the what if. This is, we don't have policies just because
Correct.
it's happening, what if it will happen? I mean, there's been many policies that I've had to draft along the way because we just never believed this could happen, but then you end up coming across it and it does happen. So I think we do have to.
And I'm not against not moving forward with this. I'm just saying like changing the wording.
Councilor Hancock?
Because what if I didn't CC the mayor and the deputy mayor on this? Then what happens? So, to say to put that they have to CC the mayor and the deputy mayor. I see that the city manager can return that to all of council. Then council gets to see the question that councilor was asking, and they can decide if the councilor's making too many requests or.
Well, and it
out of
wasn't even a
line.
question of making too many requests. It's just to make sure that the manager responds to the
Yeah.
council member.
I think that's, excuse
Go
me,
ahead, Councilor.
out of yeah, I think that's a good way, because that's a lot of the complaint that came through this last year, or the objection and concerns about that was because the city manager wasn't responding within a regular amount of time. So I think, yeah, CCing both the mayor and the deputy mayor, I think is a good, just a good way to make sure that there's some transparency on what. Because if the city manager decides he's just going to ignore it, or she's going to just ignore it, then what is that council member supposed to do?
Then they can follow up with
later and send it out to the mayor and deputy mayor and say, this hasn't been responded to.
Exactly. And I disagree. And I think it could be either or, not both.
Okay, and this is good discussion. I mean, this stuff isn't written in stone yet. We certainly want this feedback, and we'll definitely meet and reconsider this and see if we with a solution that's going to be amenable to everyone. So thank you for your input on all of this, because you guys are raising some questions that I hadn't thought of. I was trying to prevent something from happening, and you guys are looking at it just like, okay, that's probably not going to work. And well, I need that too. So,
All right.
all right, continue.
Council member attendance via Zoom. In-person attendance preferred. The city council strongly encourages in-person attendance at all regular, special, and workshop meetings. Remote participation via Zoom shall be permitted only when necessarily due to illness, travel, or emergencies. Council members should make every reasonable effort to attend meetings in person to promote professionalism, accountability, and effective public engagement. This, to me, was important when a previous council member was always on Zoom. That's where this is coming from. I think that's not something that we should make it a thing or a standard, right?
Which one is the one?
8.8 or 9.8.
8, 9.8. Keep going. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, I see. Okay.
The next section, professionalism standards for remote participation. Council members attending remotely must ensure their environment is free from excessive noise or visual distractions that may disrupt the meeting. Council members are required to join from a stable internet connection with both audio and video enabled throughout the duration of the meeting. Participation by audio only is discouraged and should only occur when video access is temporarily unavailable due to verified technical issues. That's an important one, because if that, well, the next section kind of says that council members participating remotely must remain visible on camera at all times during the meeting to ensure transparency and verify quorum. The chair or city clerk may call attention to any council members who is unresponsive or not visible on screen. Council members are expected to remain attentive and engaged in the meeting proceedings just as if physically present. So that talks with the quorum, right? If you're the fourth person in the video and we can't see you, we can't verify that we have quorum. And that's a big issue. So any questions on that one?
And we recognize sometimes that the camera doesn't work. It's difficult to be on camera. Let's say if you happen to be stuck on a road trip and you can't stop. But at the same time, we take this role as counselors seriously, and we understand that you can't always be there, but you can certainly participate via remote. The city uses Zoom. Other places might use Teams, but to remotely participate, we'd like you to be completely involved in the meeting the way you would be if you were here personally.
The next section talks a little bit more about the quorum protection. When a council member attending via Zoom constitutes the fourth member necessary for a quorum, the council member must remain continuously present on video. If the council member needs to step away or experience connectivity loss, they must immediately inform the chair or city clerk and request a temporary recess. If no action is taken, the member becomes inactive. The chair shall recess the meeting to prevent violation of quorum laws under RCW 35A.12.120 and RCW 42.30.090. Chair's discretion. The chair retains discretion to limit or deny participation when it is deemed detrimental to the integrity of functionality of the meeting. Repeated failures to comply with these guidelines may be referred to the Council Rules Committee for review. Limiting remote participation. So Julie did suggest we remove chronic because they used to say chronic. So it's going to be limiting remote participation. Remote attendance is intended to accommodate occasional and unavoidable circumstances. Council members shall not routinely or indefinitely attend, and this is Julia's adding, attend regular meetings remotely. If a council member attends more than 2 consecutive regular meetings, we assume the matter shall be reviewed by the council rules subcommittee. The council may require the member to provide justification for continued remote participation and may vote to require in-person attendance going forward unless otherwise excused by majority vote due to extraordinary circumstances. Any questions?
Dr. Vasquez.
Can I get a printout of all that?
Once I fix it, I'm gonna send it to everybody.
Okay, that way I could
tomorrow.
follow along and reread. I
Yeah.
don't have anything.
And I think those are good. Those are good changes, George. I think they're, if we expect staff to be here, then we expect council members to be here.
Okay, Counselor Hart.
I was just thinking, there was a vacation time for some people who took time, then, they were gone for like 2 weeks, or somehow they ended up being gone for 2 meeting sessions, and they were they had, the only way that they could attend was via Zoom. Now that wouldn't be a chronic situation. That would just be, I'm on vacation, but I want to make sure that my input is there at the council meeting, so I'm in here at Zoom.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't qualify under this.
And I think in most cases in that way, Counselor Hart, the individual would inform council beforehand. I'm going to be on vacation next week, but I will attend via Zoom. And that's never been an issue. It's all of a sudden without any kind of an announcement, hey, guess what? I'm on Zoom today. It's a whole different attitude.
Yeah.
Just don't be on the floaty and on Zoom. Right?
Yeah, that's a bad look.
Yeah.
Well, okay. More?
No,
That's it?
Yep.
Wow.
All right, so our request is for council members to review this and send in suggestions, comments. I think this really reflects a lot of hard work.
Thank you for that.
And again, I want to acknowledge the deputy mayor's hard work on this because he took this role very seriously several months ago and really dug into it. And it took us a while to get back to it with the rules committee to make these changes. But he took it seriously. And so I just want to acknowledge that and recognize the effort that he put into that. So thank you for that, sir.
I have, George, real quick. Will you be sure to send that out to Letitia Zasaki?
Oh, yeah.
Because I won't be here to finalize it, so
Yeah.
she needs to have the copy.
As soon as I get her email address out.
Okay.
City email.
Yeah, sadly, she's already departed. So.
Yeah.
All right, next item is items from council members, mayor's appointments for boards and commissions. Council, you should have received a letter about one appointment that we made on Friday as well. We had quite a lot to talk about on Friday. And it also included an appointment to the Sunnyside Arts Commission, which hasn't had a quorum for some time. And our Arts Commission has been a vital part of our city. They've done some things that I'm really proud of. For example, our city flag. They put the design on that, and we want them to have a quorum again. And so we put forward Miss Deanna Gutierrez, and I'm sure you've all seen the email recommending her. Are there objections or comments? I don't know her personally. Councilor Frausto does. But I don't know if there's any comments.
I do.
There.
So I know she had requested the community garden. So hopefully, I don't know, maybe it'd be something that the Arts Commission
could jump on.
That
would be cool. Community garden idea is something that other communities have utilized, and I think that has potential for being something really neat here in Sunnyside. So, Councilor Hart.
One of the things too is that having the use of a quorum for the Arts Commission, I envision that they will be able to come up with some ideas for different activities during the Sunnyside 250 projects that we'll be doing this next year. So having things like a community garden is certainly something that we could work, if that's what she wants to do and everybody agrees, then whatever the council is looking forward to having as part of the projects. I'm excited. I can't wait to get them all together.
So I'm not seeing any objection. So I'm going to read this letter into the record. Sunnyside City Council, subject, Sunnyside Arts Commission, Deanna Gutierrez. Mr. Deputy Mayor and council members, in accordance with Sunnyside Municipal Code, Chapter 2.50, the Rules Subcommittee and I met and agreed to recommend the appointment of Deanna Gutierrez to the Sunnyside Arts Commission, subject to City Council approval. This appointment is for a new term and expires on June 30, 2029, and meets the membership requirements of the Sunnyside Municipal Code, Chapter 2.50.150B. The appointee has my full confidence that she will faithfully discharge the responsibilities of the Arts Commission. And you may feel free to contact me if you have any questions, signed by myself.
Excellent. So moved.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Is there still another vacancy on that board?
On the Arts Commission, is there still space in the Arts Commission, Jackie?
There should. The vacancies?
There should be one, and we do have a quorum currently. And I reached out to the members currently on the board, and I received feedback from Sandra Cesati and Jesse Gonzalez, I think is the last name. I received their responses. I was out of the office for a week, and so that kind of set us back, and we've rescheduled the request for direction from council to December 1st. So let me look up the vacancies. So I'm proposing that the committee meet in December. Let me look.
Is that you, Julia?
So there is one vacancy now that you've made an appointment. Does Counselor Hart plan to stay on the Arts Commission in 2026, or are you proposing that?
I would really like to, in as much as that I'm working with the 2250 thing. I envision seeing the Art Commission really being a big part of working with anything that we're going to be doing. So yes, I would love to continue on the Arts Commission.
Those are
But
mayor
those are
appointments,
mayor
and that won't be me.
appointments. There are mayor appointments, but I would certainly ask that I be considered for that particular position to continue that. Since we haven't got to do anything for.
So yes, there is one vacancy now. And I had already drafted an email to the two members that I currently received a response from. So proposing December 5th or the 19th, and we'll see if we get responses from Chase, Chelsea, and Deanna.
Awesome. Thank you. Next item, council request status report. The words got turned around.
Pulling that up now.
Ten seconds or less.
I know. Was that 10 or was that more?
Close.
All right, first item, dog breeding ordinance.
We can take that one off, can't
We got that pretty well covered, don't we?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
That one
Counselor
was-
Hancock, does that?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can pull that one off. Thank you, everybody, for your hard work on that one.
Okay.
And then we've got the Yellowstone Trail.
On that, this week, got the membership taken care of, and the sign is getting ordered.
Perfect.
Didn't I see a sign down here there's a Yellowstone on 9th?
It's a little,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, there's several kind of scattered around, so it's a good deal.
All right, then we've got our temporary vendors without permits, that ordinance. Corey, what have we got?
Still in progress.
Okay.
I haven't had a whole lot of time here the last month or so with all the plan reviews, all the inspection stuff. So, but it is on my list. I just haven't been able to get to it yet.
So there's been a little bit of blow up on social media about feeling like we are targeting unlicensed vendors unfairly. We, Deputy Mayor and I met with the mayors of the Yakima County earlier, well, it was last week. They're all going through that. And it's not just in Yakima County. It is nationwide where people are concerned with unlicensed vendors. And again, I want to reassure people, we're not out here to put people out of business. We're just trying to make sure that everybody's properly permitted and operating according to state standards, state law, and city law. So that's all that it is. We're not trying to put people out of business. So.
And if I can add to that, I've been keeping that door open, working with Corey and Debbie, and we've been helping out more of the people who aren't able to get access to the computers due to language barriers or just not able to have a computer. So.
Okay, good. I appreciate that.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Corey, so I've seen a couple of taco stands that have like these big propane tanks. Do we have something that I guess states that they have to be secured or something? I mean, we don't want them falling over, tipping over.
Yeah, is that on one of the trucks? They should be mounted to the truck.
I seen them on the floor, and one of them was like on gravel and grass, so it looked kind of sketchy.
Not sure, yeah, because that would be part of the fire inspection on them.
Mhm.
Let me
Mhm.
know.
Okay.
Give
I
me
know
some
there's
addresses, we'll
I
take
know
it.
there's a setup for RVs where these extra large propane tanks is they stay permanently at one spot. They have a very large propane, and there's a base that they can be set on, and they're more secure that way. I don't know if they're anchored to that base or what, but we might look into that because hate to have that tip over and the top break off or somebody get injured by that. So
Yeah, well, and that's part of the mobile vendor. It all should be mobile with the truck.
Mm-hmm.
So like I said, I'm not sure where that was at, but I'd be happy to take a look at it and then get with Cameron if we got issues with it. So.
Thank you.
okay, next one, farm implement machinery.
Haven't made any progress on that one. I gotta get back with the follow back. It's been a while since I touched base with the insurance and get with Greg on that one.
Okay, and then we've got Boys and Girls Club.
So that's a good one. I know that Miss Hancock is interested in this, and I think I am too. I think I am. I know I am. But I would like to pick her brain, and now that she's gonna have some free time coming up, and we can get her leads and help me follow through with this. So I know she's done a lot of outreach to some of the other neighboring communities that have Boys and Girls Clubs. So if she's interested, I'll.
I'm interested if council doesn't care.
Oh, I don't think council minds citizen involvement, so. All right, the next one is the community center.
So I have been in talks with many soccer enthusiastics people, but none of them returned with the documents that I asked for. There are certain documents that we need. So the insurance is our biggest one. And I have stated to them that it must be a 10 and below. And there are certain things that we have to oblige by, have soft soccer balls. They bring their own goals. And obviously the biggest one is not allowing people to jump all over our bleachers. Because if they do, it can ruin them, and it costs a lot of money to get those repaired.
What question? 10 and below, what do you mean by that?
10 years and below
And years and young,
on the children.
Okay.
10 and under.
10 and under, yes.
Do we know why? Is it 10?
Just
break stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
because of the basketball hoops, is the biggest thing. Them scuffing up the basketball court alone is, it costs us a lot, to get fixed. So, and with bigger kids means, as much as we reinforce those walls, the bigger kids can put holes in them. And that's something we don't want. We want to be able to use our community center. And, it's taken a long time to, have it there, and we want people to use it.
Okay, Councilor Hart?
and it just seems to me too, it makes sense to have the 10 and under to be able to use, and I think for the very reasons that you're suggesting, that the larger kids could jump on the basket, and they want to, and they'll put each other up so they can do that on their shoulders and stuff. You know how kids are. The bigger they get, the more mischief they can find. So yeah, I think the 10 and under is, unless we had another place to put them, which we don't. So
Councilor Ripley had a question.
Yeah, are you inspecting the building after, how often is it being inspected to make sure that no damage is being done?
So the cleaning crew goes every day to get it cleaned up. If council would like it, and my time throughout the day, I can go over and inspect it. Or I can, have my park supervisor stop by and take a look at it, but I trust the cleaning crew, and they're really good about communicating with me if something's damaged or something looks out of place.
Okay.
Okay. And Councilor Fausto, you had a question?
Yeah, who did you reach out to, or who did you get the list from? How did you know who to reach out to instead of like maybe putting out a call on?
No, I've never reached out to anybody. They've reached out to me. And I've
Oh,
met,
then you reached back and then you asked.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. So they reached out to me. I know Mr. Galvan Deputy Mayor Galvan has sent some person over. I know the mayor has sent somebody over for basketball. The problem is everybody wants a certain time. We got to understand, I have pickleball in there in the morning session and in the afternoon. Then we got soccer practice who are wanting 2 hours. People are wanting to play basketball. I have a lot of requests for that gym. And I have to be mindful of everybody. Obviously, and people are requesting to use the community center, period. And so there's a lot of moving parts going into this. I don't want to leave anybody out, but at the same time, I have to be mindful for everybody. It's a community center, and I want to make sure it's being used to the proper expectations.
Councilor Hancock.
Well, one thing I want you to be very careful of, Hector, is I heard you say they can bring their own goals.
It's got to be PVC goals. Yes, and they can't be heavy. That's going to be,
Well, what I'm worried about is back in time, we had a group that donated their goals to us out at South Hill Park.
Mhm.
And we had a participant jump on those goals. They were not to specifications. And the gentleman got severely injured, and we got sued. So any goals that we're going to allow them to bring in, we need to know the specifications and if they meet certain specifications, if they're going to bring in the goals.
Okay, and I can surely work on that.
Yeah.
And we need to make sure the city's not liable for that then too, because we don't want to be.
That's
on
what
the
I
hook for
mean.
injuries. So, yeah.
Yes, and that's
Yeah,
why
that's the purpose of the insurance.
the insurance that they are supposed to carry on their own. To keep the city out of that liability, as like I tell everybody, I don't want to put the city in liability, and I don't want to put them in a liability. So, but I can surely see what I can find on.
Well, as long as we're covered by insurance, but we do also need to make sure that they're safe.
Yes.
That's why you
All right.
know.
Going on. Sorry, downtown building status.
Yeah, well, I have not made contact with the owner yet. I've got some phone numbers. I have made contact with contractors and several people that were involved with it. And it has been the subject of several lawsuits since 2013. Quite a long list of stuff I'm hearing on it. So, but I will still attempt to get a hold of the owner just to verify the integrity of the inside.
Okay. And then finally, the Allen Road 16th Street intersection.
That's on our 6-year stip. So
Going to be on the 6 year.
yeah, it will be. I'll get it on there. So
Okay. So as soon as it's on there, then we can say, we'll pull it off. But until it's on there, we're going to leave it.
okay.
All right. If there's anything else that needs to be added, council, please don't be shy. Next item, other reports, announcements, and or questions by council. And we'll start with Councilor Hancock.
I have nothing.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yeah, so I would like to give a huge shout out to Sylvia's Professional Tax Services. Today they did their annual Thanksgiving giveaway to the community. I'd also just like to thank Windmill Farms and Fiesta Foods for contributing. It's just really nice to see like community coming together and giving back. So I want to say thank you to them, specifically Sylvia, because she's been orchestrating all of this and forming connections. Also, just extend a happy Thanksgiving to all of you, also the staff. I hope you guys eat delicious turkey and get full. And then last, I just want to take the time really quick just to kind of like say thank you to Counselor Teresa Hancock. Even though I voted no. I just want to say thank you for even being willing to step up into this position in this seat. It's definitely not something that's easy and it's challenging, and just thank you because you didn't have to, but you did it anyway. So
It's been my pleasure and
Thank
I've
you.
enjoyed serving with you. So
yes, that's it from me.
Thank you, Councilor Ripley.
I also want to extend my thanks to Teresa. I've learned a lot from her, and I think we all have. And I appreciate all that she's done, and I would vote for her anytime.
thank you.
Councilor Fausto,
Nothing to report.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so LTAC met. We're gonna bring forward the recommendations for funding. The other topic that we talked about was the signature events, morning, was it AM Rotary? AM Rotary,
Sunrise.
wanted to be on the Sunnyside, signature event, but the committee felt that we need to have some sort of procedure, some sort of, what do they call it? Some structure. So I'm working on that. I'll work on that and take it back to the committee. That way we can kind of set some guidelines for, who we're going to call the, Sunnyside signature events. If we don't do that, then everybody's going to come to us wanting to be, a Sunnyside signature event. So I'll work on that with LTAC and bring it back after we approve that over there. And Teresa, thank you for serving. It's not easy sometimes. It's hard decisions that have to be made. You were the only one that applied. Everybody had an opportunity to apply for the position, and you took a gamble. And thank you for everything. That's it.
Been my pleasure, George, working with you also.
Councilor Hart.
Thought I had something. Yes, I don't. Nothing to report.
Okay. Well, I attended a ribbon cutting, which was exciting. It's a store called Once Upon a Dress, which I bet you can guess what they sell. The owner, I remember her first name is Maria, but I do not remember her last name. She, to me, is an extraordinary individual because not only does she have a dress store and sell some fabulous, fantastic dresses that my daughters would have really totally gotten into, and my granddaughters I know would totally get into. She also is a CPA and has been a CPA for 10 years and has a room in the back of the store where she practices her accounting business. And she is just an example of the kind of people who live in this valley, who live in this community, who are talented on so many different levels. And her husband was there, her kids were there supporting her. So she's got good, strong family support. And she does an amazing job. And those are the kind of people I like to see. I like to mingle with them, meet them, and because I get inspired by them, I get encouraged by them. And just great people. So I really enjoyed that. It was kind of funny because the Miss Sunnyside Court was supposed to be there and there was a miscommunication. They got the wrong day. And within 15 minutes, they went from building the float to rushing to getting their clothes changed, getting all fixed up, and we're at that event. We had to wait a little bit, but boy, they showed up and did a great job. So another group of people that I'm very proud of. Our Miss Sunnyside Court always makes us proud. I got to be the featured speaker at the Veterans Day event, and that was fun, and it was a great honor. We owe an awful lot to our veterans. They have stepped up and were willing to serve. So many of them lost their lives. So many of them, their lives were changed forever as a result of their service from things that they saw, things that happened to them. And to be able to pay respect to them and to honor them at that time and to thank them for their service was also very meaningful to me. And then finally, as a couple people have mentioned, and I asked Julie to stay on just to clarify to read the RCW, but this is Councilor Hancock's final meeting with us. Under state law, an appointed council member, once she does not or he does not prevail in the election, must step down as soon as the election is certified. Is that correct, Ms. Norton?
That is correct, yes. So this will be Ms. Hancock's last meeting because the election is certified tomorrow. Since she was appointed, it sounds like she probably already knows this. So you will be able to swear in your new member as early as tomorrow, but you're likely waiting until December 1st. But that is
Correct.
only for somebody
Plan
who was
is to
appointed.
swear in Ms. Sassadi on the 1st of December at the study session. Sorry she's left already, but I understand why, because this meeting has gone horrifically long. But thank you, Councillor Hancock, for stepping up. There was a vacancy, as Deputy Mayor mentioned. You were the only one who applied. And the entire community had an opportunity. Well, everybody in your district had an opportunity to do so, and you stepped up. And so thank you for being willing to serve. All right.
Mayor, I forgot one thing that I wanted to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I want to thank all of you. It's been a pleasure working with all of you. I think we have some really good staff here now. I think we've got a really good Sunnyside group in here. I think council will be in good hands with the three new electeds. So I think with good leadership and good employees that they'll do great. And then the other thing I wanted to say is Saturday night, I went to the Zach Top concert in Kennewick. 7,200 seats sold out. It was the money that concert brought in just everywhere I went. Cowboy boots, cowboy hats. The motels were full. The restaurants, you had an hour waiting time at any restaurant you wanted to go to. He's a Sunnyside boy, born and homeschooled here. I would love to see this council make a Zach Top Day. I think that a resolution in honoring Zach Top would be a good thing. He's well known all over the state of, or no, not all over the world, and not just the state of Washington. And you know, if you want to bring Sunnyside up and have good things to say about Sunnyside, I think Zach Top's one of them.
He is definitely that. I know his family. I know his parents, and I know he was invited once to perform, and his siblings also came along, and he loved it so much. I think he was 5. He obligated his siblings to continue. I think for a while they may have resented him a little, but he certainly has capitalized on it and has done well. And I'm happy to see a Sunnyside native do well. We've had a number of natives of Sunnyside do well in life, and I think maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to take some time to recognize all of them and just. But the trouble is how many of them are there, and you're going to miss a few.
Yeah.
That's always a concern. We've got the really big famous names, the Bonnie Dunbars and that sort of thing. But I think there's so many others whose names we don't immediately recognize it yet have made a huge mark in their field all over the country. So.
Well, I'm just putting in my word for Zach Top. You guys can worry about the rest of them. I'm just asking council to take care of Zach Top.
Zach's a great guy. So.
Yep.
Yes.
And I have one more thing. And tomorrow, the Sunnyside Police Foundation is doing their Thanksgiving giveaway. So thank you to the police department and the foundation for doing that. And for everyone who's connected on Zoom, if you need a meal, tomorrow's the day. What time is that? Or I'm sure he'll share that when it's his turn.
Yep.
Yeah. So yes.
That's all that. All right. So that is reports, announcements by council, upcoming council meetings. Madam City Clerk.
Our next meeting is December 1st, a study session. We will have the new council members swearing in, a public hearing on the final budget, and a discussion on the Arts Commission direction, a discussion on the proposed land acquisition for fire department facilities, a discussion on the Yakima County Fire District Number 5 automatic aid for structure fire response, and a discussion on legislation. The next meeting after that, which is our last meeting of the year, December 8th, unless a special meeting is called, December 8th would be our last regular meeting. And it is to adopt your budget and take action on your 2026 paper of record. And I'm bringing your LTAC recommendations on that date as well.
Did we want to the?
Oh yeah, the public hearing for, I got it. Okay. Got it. I will add that on.
Right. And council, as always, no later than the Monday before the meeting. If you have something that needs to be added to the agenda, please make sure that you speak to the manager and we'll get that added on. All right. City manager reports.
Excuse me. Well, in an effort to keep this short, just working on some labor negotiations. The legislative discussion that's coming up, that's with our folks at Capital Path, our lobbyists. They want to put on a presentation for that. And that's probably about it for tonight, so. Something in this room plugs me up. My nose always gets stuffed up about, so, I don't know, last time I had the air filters changed in here, but there's something in this room that just plugs me up. So. Chief.
Okay, Mayor and Council, tomorrow at 3 o'clock at Sixth and Warehouse, which is going to be right next to, it's going to be right next to the auto parts store. There is where we do it, and then they'll come down Warehouse up first and down Blaine. And last time they were back to the start, so we weren't able to give everybody meals. But we have 300+ meals, and then the Yakima Valley Dairy Women's Association donated 300 gallons of milk, so we'll be able to give that out with the meals as well. Had a question about the police activity downtown today. There was a gentleman that was recognized on foot that had some warrants. He ran into a local business, and the business ended up letting us go in and search. We found him and he was arrested. So I just wanted to comment real quick on talking about the jail budget. So right now, at this point in the year, at the end, after 10 months, the jail budget should be 83% spent. On a $1.6 million budget, that's 1.328. So 1,328,000. So far, we've billed out 707,796 to our contracts. And we have, Sunnyside has had 4,390 days served for City of Sunnyside inmates. At $123 a day at the county jail, that's 550,000. So that's 1,257,800. There's a difference of 70,200. So not a difference of, I think, I'm not sure where that came from, the 400,000 or 500,000. There's a difference of 70,200. Of that, there were 939 bookings of Sunnyside inmates in the Sunnyside jail. That's 939 trips to Yakima to book somebody into jail rather than booking them here in town. So that will take an officer off the road for a minimum of an hour for 939 times throughout the year. Then Sunnyside has court in this room. If our inmates are all up in Yakima, we're going to be bringing inmates down here for court, back up to Yakima. Males and females can't be transported together. So if we have one van where they're separated, you can put 2 females and 3 males. If we have more than that to come down, it's going to be multiple trips a day to bring people for court. So closing the jail would be catastrophic to our department, to be honest with you. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I looked up those numbers during the meeting, so I had them. So thank you.
I didn't have anything to report on.
So yeah, keep it brief as well. Sent out my report earlier today. One thing is I again apologize for my my tardiness today. I was on a CPR call, but I did get a text message about 20 minutes ago that we did get pulses back on the patient. So
Oh, good.
it doesn't happen very often. So we like to call those a win. So
Oh,
just
good.
wanted to share that with the group. Also thing I just want to share is regarding Mr. Zach Top, as of last week, he was awarded the Country Music Awards Performer of the Year.
Yes,
Former of the
So he is a big deal.
he is a big deal.
And then lastly, if you saw my report, I was not able to report on training numbers, which is one of my favorite things to report on, but our record management system for that was down today. And I tried like 8 times to get on there. And finally about 4 o'clock, I was like, it ain't happening today. So I don't have that to report, but I gave it a good college try. So that's all I have unless you have any questions.
Questions for Chief? All right. Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You guys know how busy I am. So just moving along, trying to keep everything plucking along on my part. So thank you.
Good job.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Silva, I think you've got something that's been sitting in your mind all meeting. So it's been, what, 4 hours?
So, yeah, I left you all a handout. I think we've been talking about this for a little while now. Our Microsoft licensing is up for renewal. So we have a bit of a decision to make. We've been talking about Office 365 and moving the city over to that. And this handout is a bit of a plan to get there. But it does come with a price tag.
So the choices we have is to move to Office 365, which would give us staff quite a few tools that would help us be more efficient. In the last couple of years, every time we onboard somebody that comes from another agency, I get the questions of, you guys don't have this? Teams, namely, OneDrive, SharePoint, tools that everybody's used to around, every agency around here. There's in that handout, there's a breakdown of the options we have. With the preferred option on top. And then a step down, which would give us only Office 365, basically email and, a few of the other tools. And the third at the bottom is to keep the licensing as is. The only thing with that option is we're committed to it for the next 3 years. If we go with that option, we buy the licensing. And even if, say, next year we said, well, we're ready to move to 365 now, we would still have to pay that licensing that we agreed to today. So, and that at that point, we'd be paying double for the licensing. So it is a pretty big bill, so I didn't want you to be surprised by it. We do have to, choose one of these options, and I'd like to be able to move forward with moving us to Office 365.
What's the timeline, and can we discuss this more during the workshop?
So our current licensing does expire at the end of this year. So I need to turn in some numbers here fairly quickly. So we don't have much time to make the decision. I've been working on cleaning up these numbers and network to make them make sense. Part of what I've done is bring down our counts. We had a lot of mailboxes that would have, made this even more expensive. So that's what's taken me longer to put all this stuff together. I think it'd be some pretty good tools for staff.
So I have a question on page 2. You've got your 3 different options, and then you go back to the third page, and then it's CDWG. What's the difference between what's on page 2 and what's on these pages? Because it's cheaper on the back pages.
So the second page is basically all of the 3 next pages combined into one, so that you see them all together.
Okay, I'm just seeing different numbers because, the top one you like 204 for a 3-year total, and then I go to the third page and it's 189, not 8 for the 3-year total. So I'm just wondering what the price difference is.
So anything you see labeled CDWG is actual quotes for the 3 options. So you'll have three separate quotes for those 3 options you see summarized in a single page.
Okay.
Oh.
And I was trying to do that so that you saw all the numbers side by side instead of having 3 separate pages. But
I just want to understand what I'm looking at, so I'm not coming to some goofy conclusion that's way out there.
Yeah.
Ms. Vasquez.
So out of the 3 last pages, which one are you requesting?
So it would end up being the third page.
The third page? So that would be the 3-year total that's the amount requested on the third page?
So you pay yearly.
Yes.
Now, that first option, there is we will need some help implementing this. We're planning on bringing in somebody to help us. This isn't something we want to take the chance of our email system going down in the transition. So it's not something you do every day. Hopefully this will be, at least here in Sunnyside, the only time we have to go through this. So you want to make sure everything's lined up correctly so that we don't lose communication. So there is a total cost for the licensing that you see split up into 3 years. And the bottom line on on the first two options is implementation services for $15,000.
Okay, because I see the last 3 pages, let's say the third page of the whole packet, the 3-year total ends at 189. And then we go to the fourth package, that one ends at 171. And then the last page ends at 112. So out of like those 3, which one are you wanting us to approve?
So the 189, now that's just for licensing. It doesn't include the implementation.
Oh, that doesn't include,
So
that's
on the
just licensing?
Yeah, on the summary page,
On
you'll
this page,
see
it does.
the complete 3-year total, which for the top option would be 204,482.
Okay. Okay, I get it now. Sorry, I just had to figure, there were different amounts. Thank you.
I just wanted to see actual quotes and numbers, and where these numbers came from. It's good information. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Just
Question.
a question is, this is going to be part of this year's budget?
1/3 of it would be.
1/3?
It's an annual payment.
Yeah, okay,
We'd still have a payment anyway,
Would.
correct?
yeah,
Right.
right.
Mhm.
And then there's the allocation across the enterprise funds versus the general fund.
Right.
So,
Right.
Okay.
yeah.
All right, and Madam City Clerk, you have.
Just working on records requests, trying to get through those so I can get to filing and organizing for next year and doing some creative things like graphics and things like that. That's what I'm excited to get to.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. I know it's for you, it's your daily grind. For us, it's just kind of good to hear what you're doing and how you're putting yourself out there for the benefit of the city. So thank you for that. Counselor, you have a question?
Yeah, when did when did Japet need an answer?
I was hoping for some direction tonight, but I understand if you need to look at the numbers. Hopefully by the first, later than the first.
Go ahead, sir.
Mayor, how about if we get with Monica tomorrow morning and then we can break out what that cost is going to be and how it's going to hit the enterprise funds versus the general fund. So we know what the hit to the general fund is going to be. So.
She did allocate money for this.
Okay. Do you know what the general fund allocation was, Jafet?
I don't know exact amounts, but it is split up by department, depending on how many users each department has. And it does come out of enterprise funds and the general fund.
Right. I think I'm just asking if we can bring this back on the first during the discussion, get the direction at that point in time, because then we'll have those numbers and we can email this out to the council tomorrow morning or by Wednesday.
Okay.
So they know what we're looking at, so we can bring it back by the first.
I think we should be able to commit to give direction on Monday.
Sure.
So,
I have a question. So like, let's say an example, we were not gonna go with the update and there's still a cost, every year. Can we get like how much more is this new program and update gonna be on top of what we've usually spent the prior years?
Yeah.
So the third option on the summary
this
is to
one is.
keep what we're doing as
Okay,
is.
so those are the amounts of what, okay.
But the yearly total, that's what I was asking you, Jafet.
So the yearly total is on that third option is that bottom line.
Oh, 37.
So it's 37,209.
The licensing.
Okay.
totals.
But I also think we don't want to get into the Stone Age with our.
Yeah.
And with this stuff, it's not a matter of if, it's really a
When.
matter of when. The only thing this does for us now is allows us to move that way and not be stuck with that for the next 3 years.
I'm surprised we're not on it already. Yeah.
That's what I
There you
get from
go.
every new staff member that comes on. What are you guys doing?
They said they haven't noticed yet.
Some of us haven't.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And yes, we want to give you direction by no later than Monday. I think that we should be able to do that. We'll read through this and see what you have in the email when it comes out tomorrow and be able to give you some direction. So
I do have a question.
Yes,
Does
Kat.
someone that have Leticia Cesati's contact information, can I get that? If
Have
anyone
her
has-
cell phone number, but
Okay. Just so I can reach out to her about her email and getting her scheduled for the next meeting.
Right, okay, that's true because she needs to get on board. All right. Well, with nothing else to come before us this evening and without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. This was a long one.
yes, it was. My legs are so.